Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Dragon Age Inquisition. This is kind of a special one for me, as I've said several times. This is the first game we ever reviewed. I know that there's a couple of technicalities there when it comes to that, but for all intents and purposes, this is the first game we sat down and tried to review on stream. Some of you may or may not be aware of the fact that reviews are now our primary content. It's what we do. It's what the show focuses on, almost to the point of exclusion nowadays. It didn't used to be. Back in the day, this was the rare exception. That's because we were still in the midst of doing all the lore runs that we still had access to, which we no longer do. So we had done a lore run of Dragon Age Origins, of Dragon Age 2, and then we went ahead and jumped into Inquisition as it came out and reviewed it. And there's this whole new idea where we're going to give pluses for things we thought were good and negatives that we thought were bad. And that was the genesis of the current review system. Obviously wildly out of date. I'll go ahead and mention this later, assuming I remember, but the original score for Dragon Age Inquisition was +1 to gameplay, +11 to story. No total number, no golden number. We hadn't even invented that yet. That was much, much later. And so, some of you may or may not know, I've actually worked... Yeah, I know, right, Panka? That's how out of date that system is. Some of you may or may not know, I knew, because I'm pretty good at predicting trends in the future, I knew that the lore runs were never going to be sustainable long-term content. So I was drifting away from them even as far back as 8 years ago, which is when we first started this. And so, moving into the review space is something I really, really wanted to do. Something I actually enjoyed doing, and something that I thought would be more engaging analytically. I would like to think I was right. I mean, enough of you still watch me that I'd like to think I was right. But let me just say that with the advantage of hindsight, it's like, oh yeah, duh. But back at the time, it was terrifying. At the time, I still was just barely financially solvable. Wasn't really capable of, paying the rent or anything, just kind of contributing to bills. And the idea of kind of starting to completely change over my entire system into a new one, that was kind of terrifying at the time. So I am reasonably glad that it worked out, and I'm here now talking with you instead of all the other horrible things we could do. And yeah, I believe that was back in the Archie and Gaia days, before we were really starting to do this professionally. Really quick, thank you, Command & Conquer 2. I do always appreciate. Oh God, I will jot that down for something. If you want to put that towards something, please let me know. Now, hang on. Jesse Ward shared something here. Have they not even figured out? Okay. Tell them to get on it and figure out what's going on with the ear thing, Jesse Ward, because holy crap. Yeah, that was back when YouTube was the primary thing I did, and we just kind of Twitch streamed for fun on the side. It's funny to think about nowadays. That's also when I first started trying to drift away from YouTube, because, once again, I'm usually pretty good at predicting content, and I can tell that YouTube was going down with regards to being a viable financial model, which I was right about. So that's cool. Thank you, Lessons Learned, for the sub. Always appreciate. And if either of you want to put those towards something, do please let me know. Thank you. So, one other thing I wanted to share. Gotcha, Jesse Ward. That does make sense, unfortunately. How many of you are familiar with the phrase BioWare magic? BRPG. I don't even see it, Command & Conquer. I apologize. BRPG block. And nothing else? Are you sure? So, you probably have heard of the term BioWare magic, but as for the unfortunate reality is you've probably heard it in a misleading terminology. Let me try to explain what I mean by that. Because when people say BioWare magic... In fact, actually, let's do a test right now. What does that mean? Tell me what that means, in your own words. Oh, wait. We've got nice gloomy music because we've got the hinterlands coming up. It'll work out in the end is a good answer. It's not quite accurate, but at the same time, retroactively accurate. I'll talk about it in a second. I wanted to see people's responses to this. Working employees to death to get a product out of the way. It should be. Yeah, about 7 years ago, Warcraft Code. Here's the thing. BioWare Magic is, as a concept, goes back, near as I can tell, to about KOTOR. But has nothing to do with what we're actually talking about today, as weird as that may sound. BioWare as a company has always just kind of approached things kind of like how CD Projekt Red did. In other words, they didn't really have project managers. They didn't really have project leads. They just had a bunch of developers and writers, and they just kind of made it up as they went. And that was BioWare's formula. And it's not just BioWare's formula. A lot of game developers do that. Again, the aforementioned CD Projekt Red comes to mind immediately. Bad management is a plague over most of reality, not just game design. So, here's the thing. The term BioWare Magic obviously has since evolved into referring to that. Mismanagement, or lack of management might be a better way to phrase that. But that's not what it originally meant. And it's significant for Inquisition, because Dragon Age Inquisition, and this is extremely important, sold well. And that's a bad thing. I know that sounds very strange, but hear me out for a second. Most companies, regardless of their industry, usually have at least one division or team or project lead or whatever, one group, one subsidiary, one company under their umbrella. And that company's job is to be the filler company. Their job is to go ahead and make money in the holes in the quarterly report. So, you know, you've got your big, large-scale, multi-year project stuff. You've got your mega project stuff over here. You've got your long-term recurring income stuff over here. But you've got a hole here, and that hole needs to be filled by something. So usually what you do is you have a little small company or small team or small project or whatever, and they push out something on the short just to have something be there, right? Just to have something release in that schedule so they can have a little bit of extra income coming to keep the investors happy and to keep the lights on. Now, this is going to sound very strange, but this makes sense. It's unfortunate. It's something that probably shouldn't exist, but with the system in place that we have right now, with the economic model that exists, having this kind of filler group makes a lot of sense. It's the kind of thing you want, because that way you can spend all the extra time and effort and money you need on all of the larger scale projects. Cool. It's a good way to keep everybody happy. You probably already see where I'm going with this. Because, yeah, exactly, Darkrai. Because Dragon Age Inquisition sold well. And was developed under an extraordinarily tight budget with very, very little time, just like Dragon Age 2 was. And the fact that it sold so well made several people, not just at EA, by the way, a lot of people like to point the finger at EA, but let's be very clear, BioWare executives also had the exact same mentality here. So a lot of people on the management staff of both BioWare and EA all said, BioWare's our team. They're our filler team. Perfect. And you start to see the problem. Because BioWare is absolutely not that team. They cannot put out a financial success under those circumstances. They got really piss lucky multiple times. And the executive staff in general decided, oh, that was a pattern. You're our filler team. And again, to reemphasize this for just a second, a filler team's a good thing to have at a company. But it needs to be a filler team. Not BioWare doing their primary Dragon Age thing. Dragon Ages should be the large-scale AAA releases, not the, let's go ahead and toss this in as an aside kind of a deal, right? Why is this relevant? Well, everything that's happened to BioWare ever since Inquisition came out is a direct result of this BioWare magic. which is what the term originally meant. It originally referred to the fact that they were the filler team that could put out a financially successful title under the gun with limited funding, limited support, and limited time. Some of you probably don't even know this, but DICE and EA both didn't give them any support with regards to using this new engine that they were mandating using. And yet they made it work. The game sold well. Fantastic. Hands off. Wrong lesson for the wrong reasons. By the way, speaking of doing the correct thing the wrong way, developing your own in-house engine and using that as your primary engine vehicle going forward is actually a decent idea. It is a very costly, expensive, difficult idea. It is something that's going to take years of investment and maintenance and work, and you probably want an entire team whose only job it is to maintain and update that engine. But once you have your own in-house engine, you can do a lot with that. You can also farm that engine out, too. You can sell it out to other companies and let them use it. This is one of the ways that Valve actually... Or not Valve. No, I'm right. Valve actually got some of their initial financial push, not from Half-Life, but from Source. And there are other examples of this as well. So pushing Frostbite made sense if they were going to do it properly. But it's kind of like the idea of saying having your own plane makes sense, and then going out and putting one together with matchboxes. You still need to do the idea correctly. It can't just be a good idea, as I've said many, many times. You need to implement it. I was also pointing out, by the way, EA never licensed out Frostbite to my knowledge, so they never got to that critical step of the process. There's also the fact that Frostbite was not designed to do a decent amount of things, like, say, random example, RPGs. The number of things that Inquisition... Like, I'm going to point out a few. I noticed some last night while I was doing some tech tests to make sure the game worked. I immediately noticed that the game plays wrong. And I'll explain, and I'll be showcasing as we go. And it's because the developers were trying to force an engine not at all designed to do any of these things, to do these things. And it shows. Basic stuff, like the scroll wheel not working, for God's sakes. So, that sucks. So between the Frostbite engine being not properly done, and the fact that they mistakenly pulled the wrong answer from the wrong conclusion from the wrong questions with regards to BioWare Magic, again, this explains everything about what's happened with BioWare over the last few years, up to and including this very year, just a few weeks ago. Because you ever wonder why Andromeda is what it is? Well, if you really zoom out and you really actually look at Andromeda, its development cycle is near identical to Inquisition's. It's just, it didn't work that time. Someone in chat made the joke that, BioWare rolled high when it came to Inquisition. They were supposed to roll like a 5 or a 3, and they ended up rolling a 15, right? So, Andromeda is more like what should have happened. And then there's Anthem. Both Andromeda and Anthem were developed and cycled in almost the exact same way as Inquisition. Both were expected to be filler games to help boost the quarterly report, and they were Andromeda and Anthem. Some of this bleeds over into Tor as well, but we'll cover that later. So, yeah, Anthem is the most recent game with the BioWare label on it at this point in time. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to catch up here. Yeah, aggressively average was the review I gave to Andromeda, and that put me in the more positive category. Most people were not nearly as positive about Andromeda as I was. My review said that it was aggressively average. Yeah. Anyways, now hang on. So that was a donation from Sean. Thank you very, very much. Love the quote. Always do. I flipped the coin again, but I think you get it. So that's going towards Spider-Man. Spider-Man. Yeah, Stray. And then we had one. Thank you, Sean. And then we had one from Jay Palmer. And no, I do not, in answer to your question, Jay Palmer. Which is going towards 24, Lego Star Wars. Wow, Kata to Legion. And we had one for Blade Travel. Very appropriate music for Blade Travel. Towards Stranger, Paradise, Pokemon, Arceus, and ESO. So thank you, all of you, very, very much. That's not Telltale Trihexia. And that's my answer to that. Does it ever make me angry what happened with BioWare? That's an interesting question. I mean, yeah, it sucks. But what's really sad is the more I've studied game design and the behind-the-scenes production cycles of game management, the BioWare story has happened 30 or 40 times. All over the place. You can't swing a dead cat without running into some company that's had what happened with BioWare happen to it. Like it's normal. Now, it shouldn't be normal, and that sucks. But it's hard to get particularly upset about a given incident of it when it's just like, yep, and that sucks. What happened with them? Well, you know, the usual. Oh, okay, cool. Now, let's start this by giving it 2 negatives immediately, shall we? No, we'll talk about Keep in a minute. So here's the deal. One of those negatives is for the spiders. Duh. It's 3 of 4. 3/4 of the spider negatives we've already given away, so we can move on from that. We can just move on with our lives. Until we get to the BRPG block, when we'll give the 4th and final spider negative, and then we can stop talking about it forever. I don't remember it von Falkenstein, so bug me when we get there, because I don't remember it. But what I want to talk about is something that some of you actually remember. See, when we were streaming Tor, every single time I had to launch Tor, I had to manually physically drag the resolution to what I needed it to be for streaming because it wouldn't save my resolution settings, you know, upon leaving the game. Guess what Inquisition does? Now, here's the funny problem. Anthem did the same thing. Sensing a trend here. If Inquisition didn't roll well, that's actually a good question. There are only 2 possibilities, however. Possibility number 1 is that BioWare would have been killed. You know, they pulled the plug, and that's the end of that. There you go. Option number 2 is more interesting, however. So, because they learned the wrong lesson for the wrong reasons, it's likely that they would have learned the wrong lesson again. And in this case, it probably would have meant they would have put BioWare on ice. Just put them into one of their backlog categories, of which EA has several. And eventually, several years down the line, they would have pulled them out when they need some kind of big hit to fill in a particular gap in their release cycle. They would have said, here, make Dragon Age 4, or make Mass Effect 4, or whatever. And then they would have done it, and it may or may not have sucked. We probably wouldn't even be at that point yet, because it was 8 years ago. But that's the most likely of the 2 possibilities there. Now, if you'll excuse me, I actually need to double check something really quick. Yeah, like I said, they would have learned the wrong lesson. We know that. This is EA. Which is really sad on so many levels. Reminder, EA is one of the better large-scale publishers out there. In fact, probably one of the best. I would say 3rd best overall. And I mean that. Like, I'm not joking. That's not me being like, you know how people will be like, clickbait! This game you love is not actually good. Or, clickbait, this game you hate is actually good. Or whatever other nonsense YouTube is doing right now. No, I mean that with total sincerity. EA is one of the better publishers out there right now. It's just freaking sad. Yeah, why is EA the worst gaming company in America? Because Ubisoft is in France. And Tencent is in China. Anyways. Interesting. Looks like we actually gave 3 negatives to this to Tor. So we'll do that here too. We'll start off with 4 negatives. Yeah, Konami's in Japan. 2K is in Britain. Yeah, all the worst companies are elsewhere. It's actually kind of funny. Oh, so they do the Neverwinter Nights thing, Von Falkenstein. Interesting. It doesn't save resolution settings, and it has to be manually, physically dragged to change the resolution every time I relaunch it. First of all, I've already had to do it 3 times last night. Let's talk about the keep. So let's start off with the most obvious thing in the world. The game does not get any positives for the keep. It can't, by default and by definition. The keep is over there in a whole separate thing. So it's all in its own little window and has nothing to do with anything. So, cool. I know, Fife. I know. And I do personally consider Tencent the worst. Hang on. So for those of you who don't actually know what the keep is, let's be very clear. The keep is a website, actually, but it's also a program that you can run in order to design the world state. So let's talk about this a little bit. Here's the deal. First of all, most of the flags and checks for quests weren't really designed in order to be saved and stored and kept forward. They can be manually checked for, but nobody really sat down and said, like, when they were programming the game, there isn't this completely separate flag which is now set forever that says, this is how we did this particular arc. Some of them were, and some of them weren't. And so, rather than try to do what they had been doing, which was having a program which would go through and try to read all the existing data, which is a colossal hassle and problem from a programming perspective, they said, screw it. We're going to make a keep. We're gonna build this keep thing, and the keep is something that just keeps track of all those choices, and you just pick there, and you design your world state there. The keep itself is actually pretty well designed, all things considered. It has a degree of self-check and smart check. If you pick something that's contradictory to one of your other choices, there will be a pop-up that says, hey, hold up, this needs to be changed here, or this needs to be changed here. You can import saves from some of the existing saves in order to get some of your choices in, stuff like that, right? It's a decent system, and it's a good idea. The problem is it's not in the game. Pillars of Eternity 2, which is the example I will always jump to for this, has the keep in the game. When you launch the game, it says, do you want to use a default world state, or would you like to design the existent, the state of the world as of the end of PoE 1? And then if you hit yes, you get what is functionally the keep right there in the game. That's awesome. As I say, even Mass Effect 3 had something like this. And Witcher 3 had something similar. Much, much, much smaller scale, but similar concept. So those games get credit for this. But the keep is a separate external program which relies on servers, which who knows how long those are going to still be active. In fact, you can't even manually export from the keep. All you can do is update your keep state to your account, and then when you launch the game, assuming you of course have the game logged into your account, you can then grab that from the server. That's the functionality of it. That's not good. That means that pretty much by total certainty at a certain point in time, the keep will go away. Now, yes, there will be a way to bypass that. In fact, there already is. There are already custom programs, mods functionally, which people have designed in order to be able to build a world state completely regardless of the website or the load thing, and you could just edit the save like that. Cool. Interesting, Dakota. So that's cool. But that doesn't, once again, give any credit to the game itself. So both the keep and the the mod solution cannot be positives. Here's the problem. The only option in Reality Land, if you don't use the keep, and if you don't use a mod, is what's existent within the game, which is the default world state. Now, I'm going to say right now, the default world state kind of sucks. It deliberately prunes pretty much every possible connection and cameo that can exist from the previous games, to essentially remove Dragon Age Origins and Dragon Age 2 from the existence of Dragon Age Inquisition. Now, on the one hand, that makes a degree of sense, and honestly should be an option. Because, A, people who haven't played the previous games, B, people who can't play the previous games, and C, options are good. But, the main problem here is that if you want to play Inquisition, like a normal legal player, just trying to play through the game, and you're trying to get all that stuff working, and the keep no longer works, or doesn't work that day, which is another thing, by the way, the keep is a very inconsistent thing. Over the course of the last week, I have periodically hopped into it, and it has worked sometimes, and it has not worked other times, and I know people in chat can verify with me on this, because sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. It is inconsistent. It is something that just is not reliable. So if you want to play, and you can't make your world state, well, default it is. And the default world state sucks. And you see where I'm building up to here. I'm kind of working my way into saying this arguably should actually be a negative. This is functionality that probably should actually be in the game. And there really is no other alternative within the game itself. The only option is to mod the game. That's kind of what I'm thinking, Jesse's Mask. Because, and I hate to rehash this point, at the very least, they should probably allow us to choose some of the larger scale choices in the game, like they did with Mass Effect. That was a thing. Well, see, no, Blade Traval, but what I can do is give a negative for this game, or essentially missing functionality. Let me phrase this differently. I'm not even sure this really has another example. Like, I can't think of another game that has something like the Keep. Because, yeah, I was going to say, Mass Effect 2 had that freaking comic thing. Do you remember that? Where you picked the major decisions, and it was even narrated, and it was actually kind of awesome. Remember that? That was in Mass Effect 2, for God's sakes. So why the hell isn't the... The problem we're running into is I understand the desire to have an external program. The Bounty von Falkenstein! To have an external program that kind of tracks all this stuff. I can understand that. I really can. There's a logic to it. But the problem is, at some point or another, either it needed to be baked into the game, or it needed to be in the game to begin with, right? Like the other examples we've already mentioned. The fact that it isn't is awful. There's even a thing, I saw this when I fire up the game. It's like, when you're starting a new game, it's like, hey, and there's a button you could click that will open a website to the Keep. Do you want to set up your Keep? I just want you to picture 1 year down the line, 2, 5 years down the line, where you click that button and it goes to, this page doesn't exist anymore. That's not even hard to believe for me personally, because when I was trying to get Dragon Age 2's DLC working, I had that exact same problem. It was like, yeah, go to this site to make sure to activate your DLC. That site doesn't exist anymore. So, we are giving this a negative, but to be very, very specific, it is essentially for absence of options that really should exist within the game. Something like this. Damn it, Meat Fist. Something like this should be in the game. I think this is a case where this is not an absence of a positive, this is the presence of a negative. Something like the Keep for a game like this, which is fun, you will fundamentally miss out on a fairly decent amount of content, some even good content, if you do not import a previous world state. And the default world state, as Jesse's Best put it out, sucks. There needs to be something here within the game in order to allow this to happen. If you don't have internet, if the site doesn't exist, if the keep doesn't work that particular day or that particular hour, and if it doesn't import properly, there needs to be something in the game to enjoy the game other than default world state. So the specific negative is for that. Actually, let's put it here. Let's put it under starting options. Don't worry. We'll definitely start giving positives once we leave the hinterlands. Now, thank you, Von Falkenstein. If you give me a moment, I'll actually write that down. We got to get all this baggage out of the way first. Let's see. So that's going towards the Thea block, Graveyard Keeper, and Phoenix Point. You got it. Okay. So, now that we're done with that, I did obviously get the keep working last night long enough in order to get a world state going. Hopefully it's actually going to work. I did test it last night, fingers crossed. But I wanted to mention something that amused me. It would not acknowledge my current warden, the one we played through a couple weeks ago. So, it would not allow me, physically would not allow me, to craft a new warden from scratch. So what I had to do is I had to import the existing warden and then change the world state around them. So if you're wondering why the warden is suddenly an elven male guy, mage still, that's why. Because I could not change his gender to female. It would not let me. But so we've decided to flip. I believe you, Von Falkenstein. But anyways, everything else has been set. We have the Romance with Liliana, Dragon Age 2 state is set. We should be good to go. So, moving on. Oh, by the way, random amusement. We had 70 hours on the book last time we played this game. And we skipped almost all the open world segments last time. So that sucks. This is... I'm not looking forward to this. I'm going to be as absolutely blunt about it as I can. I am not looking forward to this. Okay, so hang on. So first we're going to... Hang on. Let's just get this going on here. Hang on, let me manually reset the resolution like I have to do every day. There we go. So let's hop into this, shall we? God, it's so small, too. I can barely see this. That's the goal, Blade Tribal. It's a decent start screen. The Templars and the Mages. And we know the whole game is going to be about the Templars and the Mages. The whole thing. Top to bottom. It's going to be great. I'm looking forward to seeing the epic conclusion to the Mage-Templar War. That's not even a friggin' option. Yeah, you see this? This has nothing to do with reality. That resolution is not working at all. As I already showcased, because I physically dragged it open just a few seconds ago for you. I think we're good on options then. New game. Oh my god! So, human, elf, dwarf, Qunari. There's our options. I told you I'd let you pick, because I don't really care. So let you pick, I shall. There's the poll. You have 5 minutes to vote. It's on. It's at the top of the chat. Warcraft code. If you're on mobile, sucks to be you. Unless it's on mobile. Does anybody know if it's on mobile? They kept saying they were going to fix that. Okay, it does work on mobile. Woo! They fixed it. You remember when you couldn't access that poll from mobile? That was fun. Back during Dragon Age 2's development, they were building up for a big expansion to Dragon Age 2, which is going to be called the Exalted March. We actually saw during Dragon Age 2, there's actually foreshadowing for this. And they even mentioned that they were going to declare a new march. Obviously that didn't happen because Dragon Age 2 sales figures, so instead all of the work they had already done and already had processed in order to make the Exalted March DLC was then baked into the beginning of Inquisition. Now, I know, shocking, Sean. The thing about that, the funny thing, is that you might think, oh, well, they've got at least some of the pre-work done for Inquisition then, because that then forms the beginning of Inquisition. So remember, that was for a completely different engine. So, while they had design documents, they didn't have actual usable code or work or anything like that. So, I'm not saying they had nothing to go off of. I'm just saying they had to kind of rebuild all that work from scratch, which is one of the reasons why, rather than going full tilt into the Exalted March, instead we got the first act of Dragon Age Inquisition. Like, you could tell that some of the lines and some of the scenes and some of the ideas were very, very clearly pulled. I have no idea, Gentle. Were pulled entirely from, you know, the design documents for Exalted. And then they just kind of swerved into, you know, another direction entirely. 2.5 minutes left on the poll. 2.5 minutes. Yeah, we'll talk about Corypheus later. Because he does have one good line. It's a damn good line. It is. We even referenced it in Origins. And in 2. We'll see what we did think of Corypheus when we get there. Describe Inquisition in one phrase. The hinterlands. No, I haven't hecked. I spent all of last night doing paperwork to get caught up from the previous stream, you know, because I have a lot of paperwork to do at the end of a stream, and making sure that Inquisition was working. Then I went to bed. Then I woke up today, had a protein shake, went to the bathroom, and started streaming. I'm not complaining, I'm just saying I think some people don't understand. I really don't have time right now. Let me say something else before we get started. I have, for the longest time, said that the moment I decided to quit the hinterlands is the moment I started enjoying Inquisition. However, that's not a fully descriptive phrase. Something else needs to be mentioned about that. Because the other thing I did was I stopped doing any other open world zone from that point onwards. I never went back to the hinterlands, and I never did anything else. And that's what increased my enjoyment of the game, was skipping the open world content. So that's more accurate. We, of course, will not be doing that this week. because this is a review. But I mention all of that because I know 5 people personally, friends and family members, who played Inquisition, hated it, and then I told them, skip the open world content, and then they started liking it. No offense to anybody who likes the open world content. No judgment here. I know people like Kingsfield 4. But most people I know did that, skip the open world content and had a much, much better time with the game. So, looks like it's human. Let me double check the numbers here. Yep, human. Woo! Human it is. I cannot do an American accent. We must go to Maid Marian. Sorry. So we will be playing male human. So we will be playing a mage. But I wanted to talk about something else. When we played last time, we played a dual-wielding rogue. Everybody I know who has played this game has told me the exact same thing. That this is the worst class in the game. And I'm only bringing that up because that's normal. Most RPGs have one class that just kinda sucks, right? And it's been mentioned several times that part of my aggravation with this game probably came from the fact that I was playing a dual-wield rogue. Either way, let me say very clearly, dual-wield rogue sucks, and I'm giving it a negative. Alright, so, moving on. We are, of course, playing a mage. On easy, because I ain't messing. Now, yes, I wish to import the keep world state. There it is, and that is from today. Perfect. Cool. So there's our world state. Let's confirm it. And do it. Oh yeah, we'll probably give a negative and a positive for the tarot cards. God, we look ugly. Okay, let's fix that. Let's fix that. Oh my god, we look so ugly. We should be Orlesian. Ho ho ho! Yeah, let's customize here.
How much is this going to cost me exactly?
Yes. There's a specific combo I'm looking for. This is good controls. You see these controls? These are Frostbite controls. Because Frostbite was not a game designed to be played like it had an interface. I know that sounds like a strange statement, but what I mean by that is that Frostbite, Frostbite was not designed for PC controls. Is the nicest way I can put that. It was not designed for mouse and keyboard. It was designed to be a shooter. So a lot of the interfaces have just issues. Like I said, it literally doesn't even acknowledge the scroll wheel properly in some screens. Thank you very, very much, Cronin. As always. Yeah, menuing. Thank you. That's the word I was trying to think of and failing at. If you know what you want to put that towards, Cronin, please let me know. Yeah, if it feels like a port, it's actually not. It's just not good. It just doesn't... Like, you probably didn't even notice that right there, but did you notice how I had to hit up twice for it to go up once? Okay, so we could go full white, full black. And there's nothing in between. We can go like gray. I don't know, we can go like that. No, no, no. I think we all know what we all want from this character. There we go. Perfect. 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 Chronom is... Honestly, I legitimately anticipate several of our gameplay negatives will boil down to Frostbite engine. Just Frostbite engine, you know. The Tactics block. BTM, Swan Song, and Midnight Suns. You got it. Thank you, as always, Cronin. Very much appreciate. Alright, hang on. Let's make it white. Let's make it super white. There we go. There we go. No, 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 no. Let's make it, like, about there, I think. My eyes are quite green. Can anybody see his eyes? Can you zoom this in, please? Oh, hey, you can zoom it in. Hey! These aren't eye colors. I can barely tell what I'm looking at. Wait. Right there, right there. That looks good. That looks good. That'll be an old man. Ready. Ready. I had to capture as a... Oh god, what's it called? Hang on. I couldn't do normal capture of this. I had to do, I don't even remember what it's called. Windows 10 compatible capture, whatever it's called. Yeah, let's... No, I actually have pretty tan skin. Let's go with... Up there, I'd say. Oh, jeez. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. God, no. Okay, we're okay. We're okay. That doesn't look anything like me, so we'll go with that. We, of course, by tradition, have to have scars.
You leave me no choice.
Everything you've heard, completely true.
Everything you've heard, completely true.
Ah, we'll go with that. Okay, I just got... Hang on, we'll go to eyebrow style here. Big old bushy eyebrows, which they don't even have. Yeah, we'll go with that. That works. Gotta have scars. Like I said, by tradition, we have to have all the scars. There we go. Yes! Yes! All the... Oh, wrong direction. All the scars. I am my scars! No tattoos. I don't do tattoos. There, everyone asks for voice too.
The job gets done. I don't care about the rest.
Oh god, we're being renegade. Gotta have some makeup. Get some eyeshadow in here. It's not even there. I'd say that's decent. Yeah, the other mages. You ever wonder how I got these scars? Well, you see, the first enchanter, he was a drinker. This is a decent character creator. In fact, I would say this is a little bit better than the previous two games. I'm willing to give this a double. So we're just going to do that. Yeah, there's actually a lot of customization you can do here. If you remember, we poked at this quite a bit last time around. So, double positive. Moving on. I mean, you say that, Colgrim, but I would still give Oblivion the same double positive, because even though Oblivion can allow you to make this freakish, nightmarish alien creature, it's still a good option. See, like, it's still a good series of options. Less scars? Why? Why would I do that? What possible reason? Why would I not have more scars? Here, hang on, I'll flip for it. We'll compromise, okay? I'll flip for it. So call it Warcraft code. Call it. I've got the option. I've figured out what this thing is. It was tails. You have failed, sir. Nothing but scars. Scars everywhere. We will, of course, call ourselves Lore. Since we're a guy this time. Oh, hey, it's asterisk. Oh, yeah, let's see if Dragon Age 4 is coming out today. Nope. The rocks are coming! Oh, absolutely. I love scars. I used to deliberately scar myself just cosmetically. Hey, there's some weird red crystal that means nothing whatsoever in the background. Believe it or not, those spiders don't bother me. In fact, we have deliberately not modded those spiders out because they don't bug me. So we'll see those when we get to that dungeon later. Oh my god, Anguished One. Yeah, no, they don't look or run like spiders. We've talked about this. That's why most spiders don't bother me in fiction, because they're not spiders. Oh my god, that depth of field. That's a negative immediately, because I don't think we can even get rid of that, too. Hey, Cassandra. Hello, Liliana.
Tell me why we shouldn't kill you now.
Kill me, Cassandra.
Enclave is destroyed.
Kill me.
Everyone who attended is dead, except for you.
That's horrible.
What do you mean everyone's dead?
Explain this.
I can't.
What do you mean you can't?
I don't know what that is, or how it got there.
You're lying!
We need him, Cassandra.
Some dialogues give you the opportunity to respond emotionally to situations. When these opportunities appear, special icons will highlight the emotions attached to the responses. Crying. Strong. Oh? Urgh.
I can't believe it. All those people... dead?
Do you remember what happened? How this began?
I remember running. Things were chasing me, and then... a woman.
A woman?
She reached out to me. But then...
Go to the Ford camp, Liliana. I will take him to the rift.
what did happen?
It will be easier to show you.
Let's get this out of the way. This game looks better than the previous two by far, probably because the Frostbite engine is good at rendering terrain. So, I'm pretty sure this game will stomp the previous two on brickwork.
We call it the Breach. It's a massive rift into the world of demons that grows larger with each passing hour. It's not the only such rift, just the largest. All were caused by the explosion at the Conclave.
I'm glad we got the eye color
Explosion can
right.
do that?
This one did. Unless we act, the breach may grow until it swallows the world.
Oh yeah, And the threat is a threat to the whole world. Of course it is.
Each time the breach expands, your mark spreads, and it is killing you. It may be the key to stopping this, but there isn't much time.
I do like that they're actually labeled. Remember how I didn't give Dragon Age 2 a negative for that, but it did irritate me that they weren't labeled? Just a tiny quality of life thing that I do appreciate. They're all labeled. All the ones on the left are labeled too, so that's nice.
You say it may be the key. To doing what?
Closing the breach. Whether that's possible is something we shall discover shortly. It is our only chance, however. And yours.
You still think I did this? To myself?
Not intentionally. Something clearly went wrong.
And if I'm not responsible?
Someone is, and you are our only suspect. You wish to prove your innocence? This is the only way.
Yeah, I'm going to write down the Tor effect negative right now. And just like I did in Dragon Age 2, we'll see how bad, good, or in between it is. Because it varies so much, right? Across these games. It's a good question. Doesn't look like it, Loner.
I understand.
Then...
I'll do what I can. Whatever it takes.
Tor itself does have the worst Tor effect, by far.
decided your guilt.
That's why it's called that.
They need it. The people of Haven mourn our most holy, divine Justinia, head of the Chantry. The Conclave was hers. It was a chance for peace between mages and Templars. She brought their leaders together. Now they are dead. We lash out like the sky, but we must think beyond ourselves, as she did. Until the breach is sealed.
Agreed, Mizuno.
There will be a trial. I can promise no more. Come. It is not far.
Where are you taking me?
Your mark must be tested on something smaller than the breach.
So, let's get this out of the way. This game controls like ass. This is actually brought up by Mr. Floyd Pinkerton yesterday. He was asking why WoW, which has a seemingly similar system, controls so much better than this game. And I mean just movement and camera. The reason why is because this is the Frostbite engine! There's nothing else for it. It's just going to keep coming back to that. It's just what it is. The game very clearly was not designed for this kind of control scheme. So there's some weird mouse thing. There's a... It's so hard to describe. If you've been playing it, you know what I'm talking about. You know exactly what I mean when I say the game just kind of controls off, right? So it's like, Yeah, WoW is very tight and extraordinarily responsive. This is not. So one of the things I did last night, I had to make sure the No Spiders mod was working. So what I did was I loaded a save, which, by the way, check it out. I've got the saves from the previous run. They're not here. Hang on, switch characters. Check it out. Check it out. I've actually got all the saves from... No, don't delete. Don't delete. From 2014. Do you see that? I've got the saves from 2014 here. Anyways. So, what we had done was he loaded, I think it was this save, and I ran out to one of the open world zones, and I had to go from point A to point B. Yeah, exactly, Ella Marina. So, no, it's got to stay there, Jesse's Mask. It's got to stay there for posterity. So what had happened? What had happened was, yeah, we played this when it came out, by the way. I was trying to go over a mountain to get to where I was going. And I should probably stop there because most of you who play this game know exactly what I'm about to say. But let me just say, going over the mountain was a thing. I managed it because you can in this game, but it was like, okay, I just want to go this way. Hang on. Okay. And then there's an, okay, now I'm kind of stuck in the ledge. Okay, now we're gonna, okay, we're up, we're over. Oh, we made it. Okay, then we got over it. Okay. So, but like I said, this game, it looks pretty. I will always give some credits for that. However, the first thing I noticed when I fired it back up was that the game controlled like ass. But the second thing I noticed when the game fired up was the mini-map. Can you even spot the mini-map on the game right now? I'm going to be very honest. Go ahead. Call me stupid. It's okay. I deserve it. It took me probably about 10 seconds to find the mini-map on the screen. It's there in the bottom left. You can tell because it has none of the benefits of a mini-map. Oh god, what's the pulse button? Which, by the way, we're probably going to give a -4 as well. The pulse. Looks like it's V. So you're going to see me doing this like the whole goddamn game. This is just going to be the game right here. Bee, boo, boo, boo. Yeah, it's the mini-map of uselessness. The only thing it's really useful for is some icons, not all, and also telling you where north is.
All things in this world.
Yeah, that's why I put it on V, because it's right here for me.
Those who steal from their brothers and sisters.
Just, I swear we will get to some positive stuff in this game. We will. Like, the dragon fights are legit, and we'll be able to showing off some of the build possibility, but oh my god! That's not even a mini-map! It does. It looks like the mini-map in an RPG Maker. Yeah, you can do this while moving. We will be. This is going to be our life right here.
Open the gate. We are heading into the valley.
Oh my god. Hey, look, it's a mini-map. And what really bothers me about this is the map isn't terrible. I'm not sure if it's positive worthy, but it at least has something to it. Like you can scroll around a little bit. It actually shows you a bit of the terrain. You can see some details on it and where things are. You can see where you've been. You've got the little indicator for that, you know. So we might actually give a positive for the map. But the mini-map? Oh my god. Wait until we get to mount.
The pulses are coming faster now. The larger the breach grows, the more rifts appear, the more demons we face.
How did I survive the blast?
They said you stepped out of a rift, then fell unconscious. They say a woman was in the rift behind you. No one knows who. Stay behind me!
Oh yeah. Cassandra's gonna have like a permanent spot in my party, just so you know. Oh yeah, so tell me your game was designed for FPSs without telling me. I've got an idea. How about you have to hit the button manually for every white damage attack? Otherwise, this happens. Oh, hold down the button. You know, honestly, that's worse. That's actually worse. Hang on. Oh, wow. I was only going to give that one negative. That's terrible. Okay, so let me explain that for a second. You know what a hand cramp is? No, of course you don't, because you're young. But a hand cramp is when you have to hold down a specific thing, like, say, this, for extended periods of time, like, say, a decent portion of combat, which takes up a huge portion of a game. Doing this is actually less damaging to your hand than doing this. Once again, I need to be jotting these down because so many of these are Frostbite issues. So many of these are Frostbite issues. I'm just gonna start jotting these down here. That's true, Von Falkenstein. Which, I honestly just kind of proves my point for me, if I might be so bold. Tapping or holding are both bad, because one's worse for your controller, and one's worse for you. Neither of them should exist. Also true, a mouse is more replaceable than a hand, but the point remains. The point remains. This is not good. Because it makes sense. Because in FPS games, you're usually pulling per fire or something related. Like you hold it down for a few seconds and you only hold it down for a few seconds at a time because, you know, right? So it makes perfect sense that you wouldn't need to do something like that in Frostbite, which is designed for FPSs. I keep emphasizing this. Look at the negatives right now. I think fully half of those are Frostbite negatives. Let me try to put this into perspective, and this is one of the reasons I hated playing as Rogue, by the way. Imagine you're playing WoW. Now, you may or may not know what white damage is, so very, very, very briefly, white damage is anything that you are not specifically doing while still outputting damage. There's a whole lot of philosophy and design that goes into white damage. Let's ignore that for a moment. White damage is just swinging your sword or attacking with your staff. Both Dragon Age Origins and Dragon Age 2 had white damage. Quite a bit of it, actually. This game has a decent amount of white damage, too. White damage is everything other than a specific ability. So imagine for a second that you have to tap or hold attack for every single attack that you do. Which, by the way, you didn't have to do in Origins or in 2. Because what should happen in a game like this is auto damage, that is to say white damage, should be a toggle. Just like it was in Origins and in 2. It should be you target something, you start the attack, and then whoosh, 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 whoosh. And that's how it plays. So, anyways. So that's not great.
It's over.
Drop your weapon. Now!
Okay.
All right. Have it your way.
Wait. You don't need a staff, but you should have one. I cannot protect you.
No, I'm right with you, young Canuck.
I should remember you agreed to come willingly.
I'm looking forward to playing Mage. As I said, I've never done it before.
Maker knows what we will face.
Would I give this negative to Dynasty Warrior Games? No. But, and I really cannot put this as succinctly as possible. This is kind of awful, Blade Traval. If I have to hit the button for every swing in, for example, Kingdom Hearts, which I do, That doesn't bother me because that's an ARPG. And you're probably thinking, isn't this an RPG? No, this is a CRPG, where white damage is a fairly substantial amount of the content. And I have to just sit here holding down R. Just holding down the R button, because that's why I bombed it there for. And then occasionally remove that in order to go hit 1 through 8. And only 1 through 8, by the way, because you only get 8 ability slots. And yet, Dynasty Warriors is such a completely different game. I'm actually not even sure what the argument you're making here is, Blade Default. No offense. Like, I can't put this into words. It's... In fact, I can't even think of another game that does this. I'm actually sitting here trying to think of another game that does this. And I'm failing at it. I suppose part of the reason I'm so bonkered by this is I played Dragon Age 2 yesterday, which had the same concept, except it was a toggle, as it should be. And I played Dragon Age Origins last week, which had the same concept, except it was a toggle. Yeah, the game... Oh, I know, Blake Javal. The game... the simplest way I could put it is the game isn't designed for this to not be a problem. That's the simplest way I could phrase that. In a game like this that has no white damage at all, for example, or no functional white damage, this isn't an issue, because there is no such thing, right? You don't have to just sit there holding down R, or tapping R, as is your preference. You don't have to... See you around, Krenzler. Have a good appointment. In a game like, again, Kingdom Hearts is the example I'm going to default to. It doesn't matter because each swing is substantial and is part of the combo format. Like, Kingdom Hearts, structurally, in terms of its gameplay design, is more like a beat-em-up, which is also kind of like a fighting game. In all three cases, your input actually matters. It's not just tapping the button, it's tapping the button and forward, or tapping the button and back, or tapping the button, waiting a second, then tapping the button. There's gameplay involved with when you strike, where, and how. You also do less hits, that's also valid. You'll notice how many white damage we just did. Yeah, in Diablo games, so Diablo 2 did actually have this problem, and I did give a negative for it. Diablo 3 fixed this problem by moving white damage into, like, the 5 percentile range. In Diablo 3, there is white damage, but also there kinda isn't. In Diablo 3, the overwhelming majority of what you do is yellow damage. It's all about using your abilities, which I'm fine with, for obvious reasons. So, I'm not sure I can think of a game that does this. I'm really struggling on that one.
Where are all your soldiers?
At the forward camp, or fighting.
Oh, I need to...
We are on our own for now.
Sorry, I gotta take an anti-nausea pill. Yeah, no, if you are not using abilities in D3, something's gone wrong somewhere. Or you're using a very unique build. Hell, even the Thorns barrel build in Diablo 3 still involves you using lots of abilities, you're just using them to get around instead of to kill the enemies. Skyrim? Oh god, it's been a while since I played Skyrim. How do I loot? Okay. Oh yeah, right. Let's see if we can get rid of that frickin' blur. Because that's going to be bad if we can't. So you said it was post-processing. Sure. Let's just turn that to low, I suppose. Yes. Look! We're just going to keep track of it. We're just going to keep track of the Frostbite negatives, and we'll see. That's actually already easier in my eyes, so thank you for that. No. Today was a wake up with a headache day.
There! Watch out! If we flank them, we may gain the advantage.
So I took a real pain pill, because I'm not... the last thing I need is to have a freaking headache while playing through the hinterlands. So, as a result, I needed to take a anti-nausea because I took a real pain pill.
Up on the hill. It attacks from a distance.
Yeah, I heard you talk about that, though I don't know specifics, obviously. Yeah, waking up with the headaches doesn't happen often. Only about twice a month for me, but it's still not fun. Interesting. What do we got here? What do we got? What's the plan with Starfield? Is it funded? Plan with Starfield is the same plan I do with every game I've ever reviewed. When it's funded, we'll play it, and when it's not, we'll not. Alright, enemies always scale to our level. Significantly increases chance of receiving special shipment awards in your stronghold. Let's turn that off. No, that's apparently already off, my bad. Walk softly! We have new traits and abilities in combat. Rest easy. You lose all focus if you rest and travel to camp. All healing potions only heal 1 health. All supply caches are removed from the game. You gain XP at half the normal rate. Negative approval changes for followers are doubled. And you thought bears were tough? Think again. I have decided not to. You can probably guess why. I'll give you this. Mutators is what we call this. I like difficulty mutators in general. Actions are all off. So I'm with that. We're not doing that. But I like that. Plus the gameplay. Plus the gameplay. Right. So check it out. They finally have a completely separate toggle for friendly fire. Oh, this is an optional. Oh, thank God. I was about to whine about this. Here, check this out real quick. So I want to go into tactical mode. Oh, it's not even letting me. So earlier I was mouse wheeling out, and it just went... And not only went into tactical mode, but it froze when I went into tactical mode, which is irritating. But apparently that's a freaking option. So, yay! Whining reduced, but not removed. Never removed. I'm on the internet. We're gonna turn that off. So yeah, no friendly fire. Yay! Let's listen to this wonderful music for a minute here. Just soak it in. Soak it in. Yeah, they only brought tactical mode back because people were upset that it was in 2. Or rather, wasn't in 2, excuse me. Which is funny, because it should have been in 2. Well, hang on, Loner. We gotta look up what they do. Now, what if I was a coil? Alright, Negative for difficulty. Okay, cool. I'm not joking. Let me explain why. Do you know what difficulty changes? Enemy damage and enemy armor. I'm staring at it right here, Warcraft code. I'm staring at it, Warcraft code. I don't know what to tell you. No, it's all good. I stand by the positive for the mutators. That's cool. But yeah, that we have a term for that, Euro. It's called lazy difficulty. That's a damn shame. However, you can change it on the fly, which is nice. And of course, friendly fire being separate is nice. So I'm only going to give a single negative for that. Just going to let that be. Let's start spamming this button again here. feel blind without a mini-map.
Ah! They're falling from the breach!
Exactly, Wandering Doll. Nothing is as bad as the Oblivion difficulty. To date, I have never given more negatives to a game than Oblivion. For the difficulty. I should probably go this way. It's okay, I can jump. Yeah, terrain doesn't exist to me. Yeah, this is the way. Screw the stairs. Screw the stairs.
We're
Yeah.
close to the rift. You can hear the fighting.
Yeah. Okay, we'll stop. We'll stop.
You'll see soon. We must help them.
Oh, yeah, right. Hang on. We got to show off. I guess we can't yet. Whatever. So, Oblivion difficulty is obviously already the default, you know, lazy difficulty. Hey, right. I have to hold down the button. Sorry. Who's that loser?
Quickly! Before more come through! What did you do?
I did nothing. The credit is yours.
Who's this loser?
You mean this?
Whatever magic opened the breach in the sky also placed that mark upon your hand. I theorized the mark might be able to close the rifts that have opened in the breach's wake. And it seems I was correct.
Meaning it could also close the breach itself.
Possibly. It seems you hold the key to our salvation.
Good to know. Here I thought we'd be ass-deep in demons forever. Varric Tethras, rogue, storyteller, and occasionally unwelcome tag-along.
Are you with the Chantry, or...?
Was that a serious question?
Technically, I'm a prisoner, just like you.
I brought you here to tell your story to the Divine. Clearly, that is no longer necessary.
Yet, here I am. Lucky for you, considering current events.
I am my scars von Falkenstein.
That's a nice crossbow you have there.
Isn't she? Bianca and I have been through a lot together.
You named your crossbow Bianca?
Of course. And she'll be great company in the valley.
Absolutely not. Your help is appreciated, Varric, but...
Have you been in the valley lately, Seeker? Your soldiers aren't in control anymore. You need me.
Ugh.
My name is Solus, if there are to be introductions. I am pleased to see you still live.
He means I kept that mark from killing you while you slept.
You seem to know a great deal about it all.
Unlike you, Solus is an apostate.
Technically, all mages are now apostates, Cassandra. My travels have allowed me to learn much of the Fade. Far beyond the experience of any circle mage. I came to offer whatever help I can give with the breach. If it is not closed, we are all doomed regardless of origin.
That's a commendable attitude.
Merely a sensible one. Although sense appears to be in short supply right now. Cassandra, you should know, the magic involved here is unlike any I've seen. Your prisoner is a mage, but I find it difficult to imagine any mage having such power.
Understood. We must get to the forward camp quickly.
Well... Bianca's excited.
Oh.
This way, down the bank.
Game.
The road ahead is blocked.
Game.
We must move quickly.
Game. Game. Oh god. Okay. Okay. We're back. We're back. We're back. What the hell was that? So, can we chill with the spoilers, please? There are several people who haven't played this game before. I need to double check something. Oblivion, any game that has lazy difficulty tends to get a negative for lazy difficulty. That, of course, being... changing enemy health, changing enemy damage, right? That's lazy difficulty. It is lazy. It almost never improves the quality of the game. And I only say almost because I think there's been like 1 or 2 exceptions ever where it has, in fact, improved the quality of the game by making them... you know, have more health or more damage. It's lazy as hell. It requires very, very, very little time and effort on behalf of the developers. It's the kind of thing you could code in a freaking afternoon, especially if you built the game around it, which most people do. But that's not the question I was asked. The question I was asked is, why did Oblivion have the worst ever? Because Oblivion's isn't just that, but its scaling is wrong. But here's the worst part of all, 8 years old, Zaros. Here's the worst part of all about Oblivion's. So Oblivion's difficulty doesn't apply to anything in the game except for you. No need to insult me, Warcraft Code. Oblivion's difficulty changes the amount of damage you do and the amount of health you have and the amount of damage you take. But again, doesn't apply to anything else. Which causes all kinds of issues because it doesn't, like, for example, if you ever wonder why on certain specific difficulty settings, NPCs just kind of don't work right, or summons don't work right, because it doesn't affect your summons. Like, it's all kinds of nonsense. And it is the worst difficulty options I've ever seen in a game. I love Oblivion to death. I look forward to replaying it someday. But it is the worst difficulty option I have ever seen in gaming. There's a reason why in Oblivion I just crank it all the way down to the bottom and say, nope, we're good. Moving on. Yeah, I should probably mention, several people in chat are mentioning other problems with Oblivion. Those are connected problems, but I'm talking specifically about the difficulty options themselves. Come on. Whoa. Okay, so we're not doing that ever. So let's just get that out of the way. I need to look up our Mass Effect 1 review and see if we actually gave a positive for Mako Jank. Because, honestly, the same thing would actually apply here for the same reason. I mean, I just talked about this. You know, how I had Skyrim'd my way up the mountain. To be clear, I am glad that Tactical View is back. I just kind of don't care. Oh yeah, let's give another possibly triple negative thing. We've actually given every Dragon Age game this negative. I don't think anybody's even noticed. It's called traversal. And walking in this game is slow, and zones are big. So, we'll see. We'll debate that. Excellent. Thank you, Blade Jamal. I will jot that down then. Did I list what... Oh, you know, I'll just look at myself. And then there's mounts, which we'll discuss when we get there. Gameplay, positive 19. There it is. Yeah, no, that's what I thought. Okay. You know, I don't remember Jesse's mask. remember Geludo. Okay. Tell me there's a button for looting. Because otherwise I am just turbo not looting. Death to looting and to the living. There is no button for looting. Why is there no button for looting? The answer is, of course, because this is a Frostbite game. Search? I can try that. Well, that highlights them. No, loot. Loot! Oh my god. Yeah, let me get slightly closer so we can loot. Okay. There is a loot button. Thank God. I am turbo not looting. If we don't have a loot button, I'm just saying. All right, we're good. Where are we going? This way.
So, I take it you're from the Free Marches. Oh, accent. I'm from Kirkwall, but you're from, further east, maybe?
That's quite the ear you have.
I'm all kinds of impressive.
Derisive snort. And yeah, the movie trailer music. I actually enjoy movie trailer music. Unironically.
All right?
It also gets old, like, quickly. What else? Oh, that one. Launch condition negative. I did play this game back in the day. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see if we run into the banter bug. I don't know if they ever fixed it or patched it or anything.
So, are you innocent?
I don't remember what happened.
That'll get you every time. Should have spun a story.
That's what you would have done.
It's more believable and less prone to result in premature execution.
Yeah, by the way, the loot animation is totally going to be a seconds and minutes problem. I'm just gonna be real about that. We need to see if the bug still exists, Zara.
I hope Liliana made it through all this.
Jeez,
He's
fine.
resourceful, Seeker.
She already died once.
For ourselves at the forward camp. We're almost there.
We will also have to discuss something else when we get there, but let's hold off on that for now. Oh yeah, good point, Blatable.
We must seal it!
Thank God the keep actually worked for us.
Tommy, help us!
I noticed that, Jesse's mask. Now, do you think that's a design choice, a result of production cycles, or both? Get used to that, by the way.
The rift is gone. Open the gate.
Right away, Lady Cassandra.
We are clear for the moment. Well done.
Whatever that thing on your hand is, it's useful.
No, like, that's you see why I bring it up, though, right? Like, it's very logical. See you around, Janthel. It's very logical that it was something that was done purely for the purposes of reducing development time. Because Lord knows they were under the gun and underfunded and undersupported. But it also is a good decision. It makes sense. We might as well not even be a person in this game. That's kind of a thematic thing. We were talking about that, right? The Warden was the diplomat, and Hawk was the beast, the champion, but the Inquisitor is the pawn. Alright, so, I know all this stuff. I have definitely played a mage before, and know exactly what to do. Also, so there is respec in this game. I don't remember how and where, so we're just going to put a question mark by that. Respec, question mark. But to my knowledge, you cannot respec your spec. Which I know sounds strange, but you know what I mean, right? Like when you pick a specialization, and then you can't actually change that. Confirm, deny? Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, you can only actually pick your spec once. That's what I thought. Which is a very strange decision, by the way. Of all things to lock in, that's a weird one. Of course, there's a mod for that. I don't know what I'm doing with any of this. So I'm just going to not spend that point right now. We'll just sit on it. We'll look at it later.
Ah, here they come.
You made it. Chancellor Roderick, this is...
I know who he is. As Grand Chancellor of the Chantry, I hereby order you to take this criminal to Val Royeaux to face execution.
Order me? You are a glorified clerk, a bureaucrat.
And you are a thug, but a thug who supposedly serves the Chantry.
We serve the most holy, Chancellor. As you well know.
Justinia is dead! We must elect a replacement and obey her orders on the matter.
So none of you are actually in charge here.
You killed everyone who was in charge! Call a retreat, Seeker. Our position here is hopeless.
We can stop this before it's too late.
How? You won't survive long enough to reach the temple, even with all your soldiers.
We must get to the temple. It's the quickest route.
But not the safest. Our forces can charge as a distraction while we go through the mountains.
We lost contact with an entire squad on that path. It's too risky.
Listen to me. Abandon this now, before more lives are lost.
How do you think we should proceed?
I'm sorry, what?
Now you're asking me what I think.
You have the mark.
And you are the one we must keep alive. Since we cannot agree on our own.
Alright, well, on Warcraft Code's suggestion, and for no other reason, because I would normally go up with the soldiers, we'll take the mountain path.
Use the mountain path. Work together. You all know what's at stake.
Liliana, bring everyone left in the valley. Everyone.
On your head be the consequences, Seeker.
Actually, it's funny. I was looking something up about the Necromancer. It's a blood mage. It's a blood mage. So there's our blood magic for the thing. We've been a blood mage each game so far. Actually, it is Lord Hermont. I looked it up this morning. Here, I'll actually find the quote. It was a Q&A session. Hang on. I still got my... Again, this was just this morning. Listen, I'm not evil or a Sith, but I am my scars. I also found out that this game was banned in India, so that's cool. There it is. Mary Kirby, specifically. The Navarrans consider necromancy a standard practice, but it's totally blood magic. There you go. Quote for quote. Because I was curious, too. I do like being Palpatine.
The tunnel should be just ahead. The path to the temple lies just beyond it.
Fair point, Lord Harriman.
What tunnel is this? A mine?
Part of an old mining complex. These mountains are full of such paths.
And your missing soldiers are in there somewhere?
Along with whatever has detained them.
We shall see soon enough.
Yeah, we're probably going to be a Knight Enchanter because I never got to experience that, and I kind of would like to, but I don't think we even can yet, so... Yeah, Dorian got this game banned in China. Or, in China, wow, India. Sorry. Bit of a Freudian slip there. Yeah, that's the funny part. Jesse's mask. And you gotta laugh at it, because if you don't, then you cry, so... Here we are. Although that's a good point. If we only get one spec, we have to pick, don't we, between Knight or... God, this is dark! Between Knight or between Necro? That sucks. I would rather not have to pick between the two. That's true. Dorian is gay and a necromancer. He's here to specifically make sure that this game does not come out in China. I cannot see what I'm looking at. And of course I have no mini-map. I do have a map though. Oh no, I don't have a map. Yeah, never mind. Ah, there it is. Jesus. Like, is this dark to anybody else? I know I'm on an OLED, so that exacerbates the problem, but damn. Yeah, this is dark. You are in the mountain. Sweet! Thanks! Thanks, Map! Yeah, let's see. Do we have a brightness option? I don't want to put it up too far. It's probably going to be under display. No, don't display. There you go. See if it'll work. Oh god! Oh god, it's horrible! It's hideous! Now we're playing a PS2 game. And it's still dark! I still can't see! It didn't fix anything! Ah! Okay. We're just gonna live with that. Put that back down to something a little bit more acceptable. There we go. Let's turn that up while we're here. Okay. Yeah, I noticed that, Wandering Doll, which is a really weird choice. Like, someone earlier mentioned 150 gold being a small amount of money, and that confused the crap out of me. Until I remembered that, yeah, no, gold is just flows like water in this game. But only in gameplay. Like, I honestly wonder if gold, as is presented in-game, was supposed to mean copper. Because that would suddenly make a lot more sense. Or even silver, right? Instead of, gold. Hang on 1 second. Is E bound to anything? Nope. Okay. That's a good question, Crazy Norse. We'll have to decide when we get there. Hey, there we go. Okay, so Yeah, we've got 171 currency in this game, and if that's gold, then we are freaking rolling in it. Throughout our entire playthrough, across Origins and Awakening, I don't think we got 171 gold total. Because, again, it's just currency. It's just, we have 171 currency. Now, why did they do it? Well, if I'm being 100% honest, it's probably because this is a Frostbite game. And keeping track of currency is a lot easier than keeping track of gold and silver. And you get the idea. Okay, let's... hang on. Switch over to Cassandra. Is this a better shield for you? That's a confusing interface. And very tiny and hard to see. Oh my god. Okay. We'll assume that's better for you. Here you go. Here you go. I have something better. And something else better. Rogue only. Oh, well. Okay, cool. Got it. Solus, of course. Gotta have his thing. How big's the window for me? Right about here. This is my life. Okay. I mean... Hang on. This is going to screw with everything, but I'm actually honestly curious about something really quick here. If you'll indulge me for a moment. Okay, so you probably can't see anything, and that's fine. Oh yeah, no, I could tell immediately. So, in addition to the fact that that's much easier to read, there's no inventory scaling issues. You can kind of see it on your screen. Let me see if I can... Like, up here? No, you can't quite see it. Yeah, we can do this. So you see how... maybe you can't tell. But you can see how the fonts aren't being improperly scaled. This is a problem. If you remember, we ran into this in game after game after game when we were streaming about this point on. The game, the fonts aren't scaling properly, to put it very, very bluntly. So when we have anything other than full screen, they're just like, I don't know if that's... No, that probably is a Frostbite problem. But it's also a lots and lots of developers make this exact same mistake for some reason problem. Like Frostpunk... wrong game. No, that's right. Frostpunk, which is an otherwise excellent game, has this exact same problem. So whatever. But obviously this is unworkable. So let's go ahead and go back down here. Okay, did it keep my settings? It did. Holy crap, we gotta reset a little bit, but we're still here. No, it did not keep my settings. Hang on, let's fix that. There we go. Nope, still wrong. Hold up. Hold up. So let's do that. There we go. It does scale well at full screen. That's cool. And I don't think I'm actually going to give it an A because I've seen worse. But that's kind of one of the reasons why that, you know, like when I mouse over this and I'm like, hey, what's this? I've got to squint. We'll see what I think of that, you know, 15 hours from now when I've got a headache.
We found the soldiers.
That cannot be all of them.
So the others could be holed up ahead.
Our priority must be the breach. Unless we seal it soon, no one is safe.
I'm leaving that to the man with the glowing hand.
Listen, play them all. Fade rifts are another thing that's probably going to be a positive and a negative thing. Oh, I don't know, like 4 feet, Svatoslav, 5 feet, something like that. Longer than my arm.
Lieutenant, you're alive.
Hi, Giga. Excuse me. Hello, Mrs. Pudding. Sorry, Van Falkenstein. Yeah, exactly. It's like, it's a decent Monster Closet format, and I do like how it shows you... God, it's hard to talk into that. It shows you in the upper right exactly how much you need to go through before the rift is ready to conclude. This actually feels a lot like beat-em-up gameplay, just with a bar that says this is how close you have to progress. You know, like a Devil May Cry or Yakuza kind of a game. So, I'll have to debate these as we go. Let's turn down some of this stuff, because this is a little bit loud. So let's turn down sound effects. And I guess that's it, actually. Oh yeah, there's also new, oh, hey, let's make the subtitles huge subtitles. We also have new demon types. Let's just get this out of the way. Dragon Age Inquisition retcons so much Dragon Age lore, it would be easier to list what it doesn't. Now, if you know me, you know that is not inherently a negative. And that's important, because one of the things we will be paying attention to throughout this whole playthrough is which specific retcons are for the better, the worse, or in between. What doesn't it retcon? Anyways.
Sealed, as before. You are becoming quite proficient at this.
Let's hope it works on the big one.
Thank the Maker you finally arrived, Lady Cassandra. I don't think we could have held out much longer.
Thank our prisoner, Lieutenant. He insisted we come this way.
The prisoner? Then you...
It was worth saving you, if we could.
Then you have my sincere gratitude.
The way into the valley behind us is clear for the moment. Go, while you still can.
At once. Quickly, let's move!
The path ahead appears to be clear of demons as well.
Let's hurry before that changes.
Yeah, by the way, that's with the font size cranked to max.
Down the ladder. That's the way to the temple.
You know, I just noticed we don't have the out-of-combat regen thing, something I gave a large positive to Dragon Age Origins for. No. There you go. There you go. Let's just... Game? No, okay, that's cool. That's cool.
So, holes in the Fade don't just accidentally happen, right?
If enough magic is brought to bear, it is possible.
But there are easier ways to make things explode.
That is true.
We will consider how this happened once the immediate danger is past.
Exactly, Von Falkenstein. What that's probably going to be is an absence of a positive, more than anything else. Yes, the Architect is one of the original Magisters. That is a retcon. Just like Corypheus was. Also, the run animation isn't total garbage. So that's nice. I'm also going to try to get into the...
Sacred ashes.
What's left of it?
That is where you walked out of the Fade, and our soldiers found you. They say a woman was in the rift behind you. No one knows who she was.
I mean, it is a retcon RRC. We know this because we've talked to the people who wrote the thing. Whether it's good or bad is the part that's relevant or not. Anyways, words. So, first of all, I really like the visuals. Can I just say that? It's not often I get to gush about visuals in a game, to be perfectly blunt. It is a very pretty game. It's going to get some brickworks. Thank God. Second of all, let's see what Cassandra's run animation's like. That's not terrible. I've seen worse. No, it is a retcon, Jesse's Mask. The Architect was not originally designed to be one of the Magisters. It wasn't until they made Corypheus one of those Magisters that they decided to then change their mind on that one. Look, I've seen worse, is all I'm saying, Dakota. Because I've played Dragon Age 2, which is the worst. Look, if you want to stare at Cassandra's ass, you can do it on your own time, okay? No, I agree, Dakota. It's just not terrible. I would agree with that, Adam Suda. I do, Mrs. Pudding. I shut it off earlier. $23 million, Wandering Doll.
You're here. Thank the Maker.
Liliana, have your men take up positions around the temple.
Not counting the DLC, yes, Giga Pudding, which I also streamed.
This is your chance to end this. Are you ready?
Yeah.
I'll try, but I don't know if I can reach that, much less close it.
No. This rift was the first, and it is the key. Seal it, and perhaps we seal the breach.
Then let's find a way down. And be careful.
Personally, I like the Shut up. I like the visuals of the terrain better than the visuals of the people. That's just my opinion.
Bring forth the sacrifice.
What are we hearing?
At a guess, the person who created the breach.
Hug in the path for some reason. Hey, I wonder what this stuff is.
Stuff is red lyrium, Seeker.
I see it, Varric.
But what's it doing here?
Magic could have drawn on lyrium beneath the temple, corrupted it.
It's evil. Whatever you do, don't touch it.
Keep the sacrifice still.
Oh yeah, this used to be the Temple de Andraste from Origins, while we're on the subject.
That is Divine Justinia's voice.
Yeah, the character models, I don't dislike them, but as was pointed out in chat, they just look a little wrong. Solus himself is probably the most obvious example of that. He looks like someone just dumped just a little bit of Vaseline over his entire body. And yeah, with this much red lyrium, we should probably be going cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs right about now. Speaking of hydrating.
Someone help me!
What's going on here?
That was your voice. Most Holy called out to you, but...
What's going on here?
Run while you can! Hold them!
We have an intruder. Kill him now.
Hello, totally not Grovius.
You were there! Who attacked? And the Divine, is she... Was this vision true? What are we seeing?
I don't remember.
Echoes of what happened here. The Fade bleeds into this place. This rift is not sealed, but it is closed, albeit temporarily. I believe that with the mark, the rift can be opened, and then sealed properly and safely. However, opening the rift will likely attract attention from the other side.
That means demons! Stand ready!
I mean, again, going straight from 2 into this, yes, Blade of all. And you know me, I tend to pick up on details like that. The hand gave it away more than anything else. What threw me is what Lord Harrimont pointed out. It's actually a different actor. So, we're in the tutorial and we're already fighting a pride demon. Cool. At least we're not doing it alone, right? It was requested I use this voice, Crazy Norse.
We must strip its defenses, wear it down.
Working on it. I can't even tell if I'm doing anything here.
Quickly, disrupt the rift. The demon is vulnerable. Now!
Yeah, Liliana's doing some weird stuff over there. I'm not sure what she's up to. And yeah, it looks like it's immune to something. Fire, maybe? Oh, you're right. It is immune to lightning damage. My bad. I mean, again, all casual does is changes their damage and their armor. That's it. Notice I say specifically armor, not health. God damn it. Well, let's find out. Oh yeah, there you go. God, if you can read that. Got 12,000 health, 34 armor, resistant to electricity, immune to sleep, frozen, paralyzed, physical effects. It is perceptive, chilled, has guard, and is weakened, apparently. I obviously know what all of those things mean. Because I am super smart. Wait, no, I'm a moron. Shoot! What do I do? Can I help you? And we're dead. And we're up. I'll debate a Warcraft code. Because in-combat res design depends on the design, not the fact that it exists at all. I will jot it down there. I'll do it right now so I don't forget. No, there's no healing in this game, Blue Fusion Vault. Or, more accurately, there's no mage... There's no healers in this game. Excuse me, let me be very clear about my terminology. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that res is just straight up the same thing that's in Frostbite games. Yeah, there's potions. We can just be like, wong.
Now, seal the rift.
It would if it would let me. There we go.
Do it!
Well, we did it. So kind of a short game. I'm not sure why everyone complains about the hinterlands. We didn't even get to see it. Yep, time to hit the DLC. First, we're going to the Deep Roads to see another giant retcon.
I didn't know you were awake. I
That
swear.
outfit so much. The one we're wearing. Yeah, God, they look even worse than a female elf.
Why are you frightened? What happened?
That's wrong, isn't it? I said the wrong thing.
I don't think so.
I beg your forgiveness and your blessing. I am but a humble servant. You're back in Haven, my lord. They say you saved us. The breach stopped growing, just like the mark on your hand.
Well, yep.
It's all anyone has talked about for the last 3 days.
Then the danger is over.
The breach is still in the sky, but that's what they say. I'm certain Lady Cassandra would want to know you've wakened. She said, at once.
And where is she?
In the Chantry, with the Lord Chancellor. At once, she said.
Ah! Well, let's get our special shipments. Whatever that all is. No. Although, sure, whatever. Yeah, we'll go with that. That looks cool. That looks cool. I'll take it. That looks terrible. Clammy, shallow-breathing, pulse overfast. Not responsive, pupils dilated. Mage says scarring mark is thrumming with no magic. Wish we could station a Templar just in case. Look. Are we even saving? We have not saved yet, apparently, even though I've been mashing the F5 button. Hi?
That's him. That's the Herald of Andraste.
No.
When he came out of the Fade, Andraste herself was watching over him.
No, don't call me that.
We shouldn't disturb him.
Damn it, now I'm a religious figure. Ugh!
I thought Seekers knew everything.
It's complicated. We were all frightened after the explosion at the Conclave.
It isn't complicated. Andraste herself blessed him.
Blessings upon you, Herald of Andraste.
Please stop calling me that. Yep, so...
That's him. He stopped the breach from getting any bigger.
I heard he was supposed to close it entirely. Still, it's more than anyone else has done. Demons would have had us otherwise.
Yep, there's the Fellstorm. I mean...
Still a lot of rifts left all over. Little cracks in the sky.
He can feel those, though. The Herald of Andraste.
Someone had better. You won't seal those rifts with the chant of light. Good luck sealing those rifts.
I believe Seeker Cassandra would like to speak with you.
Listen, Sargeras said he would give me some really, really good cookies if I summoned him here.
Good luck sealing those rifts.
Oh, wow. Okay, I'm not going to give any additional negatives for this. But one of the things I tend to do is every now and again I'll like do what I'm doing right now and just kind of rest my head or rest my hand like this.
Good luck sealing those rifts.
The problem is, usually to make that happen, I switch from holding down W, which is of course forward, to holding down right and left mouse button, which is usually go forwards in whatever direction my mouse is viewing. As you can see, nothing is happening. This doesn't move. So, we'll do this instead. And we'll live with janky left and right controls.
Chancellor Broderick says that the Chantry wants nothing to do with us.
I mean, again, this is probably a Frostbite thing.
Have you gone completely mad? He should be taken to Val Royo immediately, to be tried by whomever becomes divine.
I do not believe he is guilty.
The prisoner failed, Seeker. The breach is still in the sky. For all you know, he intended it this way.
I do not believe that.
That is not for you to decide. Your duty is to serve the Chantry.
My duty is to serve the principles on which the Chantry was founded, Chancellor, as is yours.
Yeah, I was going to say, Udina 2.0. I mean, I've told you before, this is a really common BioWare staple character. Always has been.
Chain him! I want him prepared for travel to the capital for trial.
Disregard that, and leave us.
I like who they listen to. Cassandra.
You walk a dangerous line, Seeker.
The breach is stable, but it is still a threat. I will not ignore it.
I did everything I could to close the breach. It almost killed me.
Yet you live. A convenient result insofar as you're concerned.
Have a care, Chancellor. The breach is not the only threat we face.
Someone was behind the explosion at the Conclave. Someone most holy did not expect. Perhaps they died with the others, or have allies who yet live.
I am a suspect?
You, and many others.
But not the prisoner.
I heard the voices in the temple. The Divine called to him for help.
So his survival, that thing on his hand, all a coincidence?
Yes.
Providence. The Maker sent him to us in our darkest hour.
Like, I'm sorry, but yeah, we are a total freaking coincidence. Simple, clueless, doodah luck. Which I know I said that wrong. So anyways, I'm not the chosen one.
You realize I'm a mage.
I have not forgotten. No matter what you are or what you believe, you are exactly what we needed when we needed it.
The breach remains, and your mark is still our only hope of closing it.
This is not for you to decide.
You know what this is, Chancellor. A writ from the Divine, granting us the authority to act. As of this moment, I declare the Inquisition reborn. We will close the breach, we will find those responsible, and we will restore order with or without your approval.
Yeah, I didn't expect that.
Is the Divine's directive. Rebuild the Inquisition of old. Find those who will stand against the chaos. We aren't ready. We have no leader, no numbers. And now, no Chantry support.
But we have no choice. We must act now, with you at our side.
What is the Inquisition of old, exactly?
It preceded the Chantry. People who banded together to restore order in a world gone mad.
After, they laid down their banner and formed the Templar Order, but the Templars have lost their way. We need those who can do what must be done, united under a single banner once more.
But aren't you still part of the Chantry?
Is that what you see?
The Chantry will take time to find a new divine, and then it will wait for her direction.
But we cannot wait. So many Grand Clerics died at the Conclave. No, we are on our own. Perhaps forever.
You're trying to start a holy war.
We are already at war. You are already involved. Its mark is upon you. As to whether the war is holy, that depends on what we discover.
If you're truly trying to restore order...
That is the plan.
Help us fix this before it's too late.
I'm biased because I like Cassandra, but still. I've only noticed 2 times Tor effect has taken account, and it's been pretty mild. But this is a long game, so we'll see. Hi, Cullen. And Josephine. She's awesome. Sorry. I mean, this is the first game I liked Cullen in, so... That's fine. We don't need... There's no time skip. We're fine. Let me verify a fact really quick here. Nope, I was right. Three years later. Yet, there's several characters in these games that I wasn't sure I was going to like, and then they grew on me a lot. Morrigan in Origins, Isabella in 2, Midna in Twilight Princess. Roll credits. Literally, I suppose. So, she hasn't even talked yet. Hey, we gained some influence. But the voice actress for Josephine is named Bob. Her name is Allegra Clark. And this wasn't her first voice acting gig ever, but it was functionally her first voice acting gig. She only did 4 things prior to this, and they're all pretty small-time stuff. Just a little bit of anime dubbing kind of a thing. The reason I bring this up is because she launched her voice acting career because of this game. Yeah, she is a streamer and a cosplayer, which is where she was actually making her money prior to this game coming out. In fact, you can find pictures of her cosplaying as Isabella prior to Inquisition's release. I don't know the specific details of the story, but there were a few people who got a hold of her and pulled her in for Inquisition. She plays Josephine. She's a good actress. So, it's a nice little, positive story amidst all of the nonsense that went into the development of this game. So, if absolutely nothing else, at least we got Allegra Clark. Okay, so, can we save yet? We still cannot save. Okay, cool. So let's go ahead and save then.
Any circle mage wanting to join needs to speak with Cullen or Cassandra. Apostates too, I suppose. Oh, you're him. Thrin, Inquisition Quartermaster. I'm doing what I can to supply this mess.
If you find what I need to fill one of my requisitions, I'd appreciate you bringing it in.
What do you do here?
I make sure the Inquisition troops have food in their bellies and iron in their hands. Both are important. Lots of people expecting us to be heroes, marching all day to fight the demons. Turns out heroes need to dig latrines just like everyone else.
How does someone end up as quartermaster for the Inquisition?
I served for Eldon under 10 Logain MacTier. Best commanding officer this world has ever seen. After they all turned on him at Denerim, though, there wasn't much use for people who held that opinion. Queen Honora offered my services to the Inquisition. It was a kindness. She knew I supported her father and got me away from the political garbage.
I understand Logain joined the Grey Wardens after the Blight ended.
Yes. A mercy, people called it. Serving the Order they say he betrayed. He could have led Ferelden to greatness. Instead, he lives in exile, fighting Darkspawn until the day he dies.
Mm-hmm. Oh god, I can't remember her name, but yeah, we should be able to romance the Dwarven scale. We can flirt with it all over the place. And we will. Sorry, Cassandra, our one true love. Oh, there it is. God, I did not notice that, Blade 12. Thank you for pointing that out. Harding, that's her name. I was looking for some kind of feedback that we had saved. It was really vague in Dragon Age 2 as well.
Cavalry, it needs better horses. I heard Seeker Pentagast might try to acquire suitable mounts from Master Dennett in the hinterlands.
Question mark? Obviously, we have a golden nug. Okay.
Oh, and who are you to be fishing around for what the higher-ups are doing?
Back in Angsburg, my uncle was 5th Praetor.
And what's that mean for you back in Arnsberg?
Honestly, about as much as it does here.
Interesting.
You and your men might be working up a thirst. She sent me over to see if you needed anything.
We're fine, thank you. Expected you'd be by. I'm Harriet, and everyone knows who you are. How's the new gear fit?
Sturdy and warm. It's perfect.
Good. World's gone mad. Stock armor and blades are good against bandits, but we're not fighting bandits. My gear will see you through demons, apostates, whatever this world throws at you. So, you need custom work, something special. You bring the materials to us, we'll make it happen.
How did you come to be here?
Come from a little town called Lothering. Long gone now. I was in Redcliffe when the Darkspawn hit it during the Blight. Helped rebuild. Left when Royalty decided it was time to hand the place over to the bloody mages. Then again, fair's fair. It was one of them that stopped the Blight and all. Ended up here. Just missed the boom. Can't decide if I'm the luckiest son of a bitch walking or the exact opposite.
Let's say we found a lot of stuff last time. Real quick, what's the name of the camp we're in right now? Like the formal term for the hub.
They're still walking. That's always good.
Haven.
True enough.
Who outfits the Inquisition's soldiers?
Not me. I've got work to do.
Hey, finished.
I'll be passing a sword to every blighter who signs up. If you want to help the troops, talk to Thren, the quartermaster. She'll set up requisitions.
Does the Inquisition not have supplies to make armor or weapons?
Tough convincing traders to haul up here. Impossible to get them to risk the rare stuff, so that's on you.
Right.
What can you and your team make here?
Arms and armor. We work iron to blighted dragon bone if you've got it. Our designs are simple, but they get the job done. Do you want something fancy? Bring your own design. We'll see what we can do.
Can you help improve my arms and armor?
Yes. You find a new piece, a pauldron or greaves, we'll take care of you. You can't just slap a new hilt on your sword in the field. Bring it here, we'll make sure it's done right and proper.
If I want something, what can you make?
Start simple. Something to keep you safe. Take a look at it on the table there and we can talk. You'll need materials. We should have what you want just outside.
Goodbye.
Right.
I should go.
You need something? Let me know.
Alright, so let's make the best staff in the history of the universe here. Let's see, what do we got? What do we got? How about this thing, maybe? Aw. We apparently don't have any good designs for staffs. We probably have a bunch of good ones for daggers. Yeah, go figure. Of course. I'm not cheating, I was just looking at it.
Let me know.
You know me, I tend to not like crafting in games, to be very blunt. 8 years ago, Savacom.
Who trusts in the Maker, fire is her water. As the moth sees light and goes toward flame, she should see fire and go towards light.
Why would you go? Okay. Go towards the fire. Why? Because it's the fire. But I don't want to be on fire. Is there a sword? There is no sword. Of course there's no sword. Why would there be a sword option? I'm going to wear that because it looks cool. I'm allowed to look cool, damn it. We'll see, Savacom. Considering I have a doctor's appointment in 2 days, I somewhat doubt it.
Are we going to have new verses in the Chant of Light now for the Herald of Andraste? Tell him what he did.
The Chosen of Andraste. A blessed hero sent to save us all.
I've no interest in being a hero. All I want is to find a way to seal this breach.
Pragmatic.
Look how wet he looks.
Ultimately irrelevant.
Look at him.
I've journeyed deep into the Fade in ancient ruins and battlefields to see the dreams of lost civilizations. I've watched as hosts of spirits clash to reenact the bloody past in ancient wars both famous and forgotten. Every great war has its heroes. I'm just curious what kind you'll be.
What do you mean ruins and battlefields?
Any building strong enough to withstand the rigors of time has a history. Every battlefield is steeped in death. Both attract spirits. They press against the veil, weakening the barrier between our worlds. When I dream in such places, I go deep into the Fade. I can find memories no other living being has ever seen.
You fall asleep in the middle of ancient ruins. Isn't that dangerous?
I do set wards. And if you leave food out for the giant spiders, they are usually content to live and let live.
That's horrifying.
I've never heard of anyone going so far into the Fade. That's extraordinary.
Thank you. It's not a common field of study for obvious reasons. Not so flashy as throwing fire or lightning. The thrill of finding remnants of a 1,000-year-old dream? I would not trade it for anything. I will stay then. At least until the breach has been closed.
Was that in doubt?
I am an apostate surrounded by Chantry forces in the middle of a mage rebellion. Cassandra has been accommodating, but you understand my caution.
The giant hole in the sky trumps any other concerns. We can worry about the rest later.
Yes. Who can say what this world will look like when we are done fighting for it? But now let us hope either the mages or the Templars have the power to seal the breach.
Look, Crazy Nurse, I'm acquiescing to the medical appointment that I can't really afford and probably won't fix anything. I don't know what more you want from me.
Segret told me that he can't let the herbs go for anything less than 8.
Fine. We'll gather our own. Tell Segret he better hope he doesn't need a salve anytime soon. Look who's back from the dead. Again.
I don't recall meeting you before.
I'd be surprised if you did. You weren't particularly coherent. Someone had to patch you up after you staggered out of making those wear, though. So, you're welcome.
I didn't realize. Thank you.
Yeah, well, you can pay me back by fixing the world. Name's Adan. I'm in charge of keeping our little band here stocked with potions and elixirs. Not that Seeker Pentagast seems to care whether we've got the supplies to actually do that.
For a healer, you don't seem particularly nurturing.
I'm not a healer. I'm an alchemist who's forced to play Mother Hen. You want something to burst into flame on contact with the air? Done. Gladly. Patching up wounded soldiers is a waste of my time and talents. But there are few around who can help.
How are your people holding up?
There's no shortage of work. That's for damn sure.
How do I go about having potions made?
Just take a look there and tell me what you'd like. Find a recipe for something better, I can make that too.
Okay, clearly we need to equip the jar of bees.
Let me know if you need anything.
Listen, all good MMOs have crafting, right? Note that the crafting may or may not be a positive of those games, they just have them, and therefore we need to have them in this game.
These truths the Maker has revealed to me, as there is but one world. How do you think they'll close that huge hole in the sky?
Ally with the Templars, I'd imagine? I've seen them weaken magic.
What about the Rebel
Mages? Rebel Mages probably made that.
Does it trouble you?
I mean, yeah.
If it wasn't enough to close the breach, what use is it?
You did everything we asked of you.
And it still didn't work.
What's important is that your mark is now stable, as is the breach. You've given us time, and Solas believes a second attempt might succeed, provided the mark has more power. The same level of power used to open the breach in the first place. That is not easy to come by.
Couldn't that kind of power just make things worse?
And people call me a pessimist. May I present Commander Cullen, leader of the Inquisition's forces.
You need a towel?
Such as they are. We lost many soldiers in the valley, and I fear many more before this is through.
This is Lady Josephine Montelier, our ambassador and chief diplomat.
I've heard much. It's a pleasure to meet you at last.
And of course, you know Sister Liliana.
My position here involves a degree of...
She is our spy master.
Yes, tactfully put, Cassandra.
I'm gonna go ahead and go against the grade here for just a second. Liliana looks the best of the three games in here, in my opinion. Especially with the armor.
Pleased to meet you all.
I mentioned that your mark needs more power to close the breach for good.
Which means we must approach the rebel mages for help.
And I still disagree. The Templars could serve just as well.
We need power, Commander. Enough magic poured into that mark.
Might destroy us all. Templars could suppress the breach, weaken it, so...
Pure speculation.
I was a Templar. I know what they're capable of.
Unfortunately, neither group will even speak to us yet. The Chantry has denounced the Inquisition, and you specifically.
That didn't take long.
Shouldn't they be busy arguing over who's going to become divine?
Some are calling you, a mage, the Herald of Andraste. That frightens the Chantry. The remaining clerics have declared it blasphemy, and we, heretics, for harboring you.
Chancellor Roderick's doing, no doubt.
It limits our options. Approaching the mages or Templars for help is currently out of the question.
Just how am I the Herald of Andraste?
People saw what you did at the temple, how you stopped the breach from growing. They have also heard about the woman seen in the rift when we first found you. They believe that was Andraste.
Even if we tried to stop that view from spreading...
Which we have not.
The point is, everyone is talking about you.
It's quite the title, isn't it? How do you feel about that?
It's a little unsettling.
I'm sure the Chantry would agree.
People are desperate for a sign of hope. For some, you're that sign.
And to others, a symbol of everything that's gone wrong.
Will the Chantry attack us?
With what? They have only words at their disposal.
And yet, they may bury us with them.
There is something you can do. A Chantry cleric by the name of Mother Giselle has asked to speak to you. She is not far, and knows those involved far better than I. Her assistance could be invaluable.
Why would someone from the Chantry help a declared heretic?
I understand she's a reasonable sort. Perhaps she does not agree with her sisters. You will find Mother Giselle tending to the wounded in the hinterlands near Redcliffe.
No!
Look for other opportunities to expand the Inquisition's influence while you're there.
We need agents to extend our reach beyond this valley, and you're better suited than anyone to recruit them.
In the meantime, let's think of other options. I won't leave this all to the Herald.
Oh god, I need alcohol. I need alcohol right now. Oh god, no, it's the war table. It's the war table. Oh god. Yeah, Vietnam flashbacks. It's okay, we're not actually doing the war table yet. We will discuss the war table when we do it more properly.
Garnering interest from the capital.
You're not pleased?
I am not convinced we are prepared for the full scrutiny of Val Royeaux.
Let me get this out of the way. By intention or design, we actually have one hell of an advisor board. We've got a master, we've got a spy master who's good at her job. We've got the secretary, which I in no way mean as an insult, who can keep all this bullcrap and paperwork in check. We've got a military commander who actually knows what the hell he's doing, and a seeker who knows what the hell she's doing. In other words, we have the military side of things and the spec ops side of things. That's a pretty damn good crew right there. Let's do it. Let's scout the hinterlands. Yeah, oh, and also then there's us. Yeah, I hope you like that Mage Templar War. I'm kidding. It will show up 1.5 more times. We avoided the fighting as best we could. It's every bit as bad as we feared. The apostates are mad, attacking everything that moves. It appears the Templars here aren't following anyone's orders any longer. We located Mother Giselle and are trying to protect her, but she refuses to leave the refugees until we've ensured their safety. That'd be hard to do without troops. Oh yeah, I've already pointed this out. We cannot... The mouse wheel doesn't work here. I cannot scroll down through this. I have to manually grab this and drag it down. Which is I'm just going to tell you right now, that's going to be a rock in my shoe. Commander Cullen asked me to make inquiries of Master Dennett, a retired horsemaster of Redcliffe who lives in the area. We tried to contact him about obtaining better horses, but not able to get through. Except... Yeah, that's definitely a Frostbite problem. Venture forth. I'll take Varric, Cassandra, and Solus because I have no other options.
Herald of Andraste. I've heard the stories. Everyone has. We know what you did at the breach. Everyone's a little nervous around mages right now, but you'll get no backtalk here. That's a promise. Inquisition Scout Harding, at your service. All of us here, will do whatever we can to help.
Harding, huh? Ever been to Kirkwall's Hightown?
I can't say I have. Why?
You'd be Harding and... No, never mind.
Ugh.
That's Liara, Meadfist. Allie Hillis. But most people know her as Liara. She was also Ariel over in StarCraft. She was, of course, Lightning in Final Fantasy XIII's. She's a fairly prolific voice actress. She's done a lot of stuff. Usually large-scale major roles like the ones I just mentioned. She's apparently also in several CSI episodes. I didn't know that. Anyways.
It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
We should get to business. The situation's pretty dire. We came to secure horses from Redcliffe's old horsemaster. I grew up here, and people always said that Dennett's herds were the strongest and the fastest this side of the Frostbacks. But with the Mage Templar fighting getting worse, we couldn't get to Dennett. Maker only knows if he's even still alive. Mother Giselle's at the crossroads helping refugees and the wounded. Our latest reports say that the war's spread there too. Corporal Vale and our men are doing what they can to help protect the people, but they won't be able to hold out very long. You best get going. No time to lose.
I don't think she did a good job as Lightning, but I don't think that's her fault. Nobody really did a good job voice acting-wise in FF13, in my opinion. At best, they did an acceptable job, and I know they had some very good actors for FF13, so I blame the voice direction. So here's the hinterlands. The script is also part of the problem, but I know that good actors and good directors can salvage a bad script. I've seen it many times. All three are part of the problem, right? You have to have script, direction, and acting. If all three aren't clicking, you have an issue. But others can also accommodate for others, but usually you need two. That's the very, very, very basic back-of-the-box rule for voice acting. You need at least two of the three things to be working for the voice acting to actually work. Yep, I can just... It's been the next week of my life playing the hinterlands. Okay. So, let me explain to you some things about the hinterlands while we're here. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and promise to do none of the hinterlands. I feel like I'm saying that wrong. There is no amount of the hinterlands I have sworn to do. None. Zero zip zilch. It's possible to just blaze through here. However, we are then going to go ahead and do as much of it as we feel like doing. Because this is a review. That's how that works. That's the situation. That's where we're at. Now, let me go ahead and explain the rule of threes really quick. This actually came up last night. No, not that rule of threes. Or that one, or... Look, there's a lot of rule of threes when it comes to life. It's almost like 3 is kind of a fundamental number for reality. Hear me out for a second. So, the rule of threes with regards to the show is we have 3 barriers with which defines which content we show on camera, right? Possibility, feasibility, and reasonability, okay? So all content has to pass all 3 of these barriers in order to be something that we will then show on the show, right? So, for example, it is not physically possible to show certain content from WoW when it comes to the WoW review. I will not be able to show you the raids of Shadowlands, for example. I will not be able to show you some of the PvP zones. I will not be able to show you the Battle for the Undercity. Those things are not possible. But then there's feasible. Things that are infeasible to do are technically possible, but realistically, that's not really something that's on the table. For example, we could go and we could grind out every daily for each of the beast tribes over in Final Fantasy XIV, and just smash our way through all of the beast tribe stuff, which is going to take an onerous amount of time and effort. But we can do it. It is possible to do it, and then showcase that content. But while it is past the feasible barrier, that then falls into the 3rd barrier, which is reasonable. How much stuff it is reasonable to bother doing on a stream, because at some level or another, while these reviews are trying to be as accurate as possible, we're also still trying to have some fun and entertainment with our lives, rather than pissing it away running in a circle for 17 hours. So, that's the 3 barrier right there. That defines everything with regards to what we stream and how we stream it. So the hinterlands is obviously possible. I would say that 100%ing the hinterlands fails at the feasible task. What I do not know is how much of it is reasonable, the 3rd and final barrier there. And so that's why I have promised to do nothing, but we will go ahead and try to do as much as is reasonable. Sense make? So let's see what we got.
Dispatch for you.
What is it?
See for yourself, sir.
Well, that was a worthwhile quest to do. I'm glad I did that. Oh yeah, by the way, I should probably mention that the hinterlands is... This whole game, I shouldn't just focus on the hinterlands. This whole game is filled to the brim with tasks. Now, on the off chance you've never heard me talk about that, I tend to define content into 4 broad categories. This usually applies more to RPGs, but this is still true in most games. You've got primary mandatory, primary optional, secondary, and tasks. So, primary mandatory is obvious. It's the stuff that is intended to be mandatory to do in order to get through the game. We usually call that MSQ, main story quest. Primary optional is exactly what it sounds like. It's main story stuff, meat content, big stuff, but it is, technically speaking, optional, like the guild quests in Oblivion or the companion quests in Mass Effect 2. Secondary is usually the other side stuff, over to the side. It can be good. Good games, good RPGs especially, will assign, like, world-building stuff to secondary quests. You know, doing the Painter quest in Oblivion, to go back to that for example. That's a secondary quest. At the very bottom of the list is tasks. Tasks have no content to them in any way that matters. They are a checklist with no lore, no story, no meat, gameplay. It's just you go, you kill 5 of X, or you gather 5 of X, and you return with that, and that's it. Tasks also tend to be, it can be repeatable. Skyrim, for example, has essentially procedural tasks, that kind of a thing. Generally speaking, we don't do tasks in reviews because there's nothing there. They are such a nothing burger that they're not even worth even looking at because there's nothing there. Yeah, another settlement needs your help. Exactly. From Fallout 4. That's a task right there. So there's a decent amount of tasks in this game, which we will probably not be bothering to do because we usually don't.
Watch your step.
Probably Crazy Norse. Thanks for the warning there, Varric.
Mother Giselle ought to be around here somewhere.
Inquisition forces. They're trying to protect the refugees.
Looks like they could use a hand.
Hold. We are not apostates.
I do not think they care, Seeker. We are not Templars. We mean you no harm.
Doesn't look like they're listening.
Be ready. More coming our way.
That's a good question, Lord Harriman. And unfortunately, it depends on the specifics.
That's the end of it.
To be continued. I just want to conquer all of Ferelden or Orlais. Is that too much to ask?
Who can heal your wounds? Lie still.
Don't touch me, Mother. Their magic is...
Turn to noble purpose. Their magic is surely no more evil than your blade.
Well, what?
Hush, dear boy. Allow them to ease your suffering.
Mother Giselle?
I am. And you must be the one they are calling the Herald of Andraste.
Not through any choice of mine.
We seldom have much say in our fate, I'm sad to say.
So you agree with them?
I don't presume to know the Maker's intentions for any of us. But I did not ask you to come simply to debate with me.
Then why am I here?
I know of the Chantry's denouncement, and I am familiar with those behind it. I won't lie to you. Some of them are grandstanding, hoping to increase their chances of becoming the new divine. Some are simply terrified. So many good people, senselessly taken from us.
What happened was horrible.
Fear makes us desperate, but hopefully not beyond reason. Go to them. Convince the remaining clerics you are no demon to be feared. They have heard only frightful tales of you. Give them something else to believe.
You want me to appeal to them?
If I thought you were incapable, I wouldn't suggest it.
But I can tell you the PC.
Let me put it this way. You needn't convince them all. You just need some of them to doubt. The power is the unified voice. Take that from them and you receive the time you need.
It's good of you to do this.
I honestly don't know if you've been touched by fate or sent to help us, but I hope. Hope is what we need now. The people will listen to your rallying call as they will listen to no other. You could build the Inquisition into a force that will deliver us or destroy us. I will go to Haven and provide Sister Leliana the names of those in the Chantry who will be amenable to a gathering. It is not much, but I will do whatever I can.
I mean, probably Warcraft code.
Corporal Vale is coordinating the Inquisition's efforts in the area. We should speak with him.
I have no idea, Von Falkenstein. I'm playing this by ear. Very much deliberately. Man. Okay, now that's done. That's a task, by the way. So you were talking about, is it a task if you go save the mother? Again, it depends on the specifics, and in many ways that depends on the execution. Let's say the quest plays like this. Bear with me for just a second. So let's say I walk up to an NPC. And they're like, please help me! And that's it. And then a little thing pops up in your log. It says, go rescue the mother. It's like, okay. So go over here. Okay, we kill a bunch of people. Thank you for rescuing me. And either the quest completes right there, or we go back to the person and they say, thank you. Whoops, sorry. And we say, thank you. Quest complete. That's a task right there. There's no meat on its bones. It's such a nothing burger.
Are you sure?
Now, contrary situation. So let's say we talk to a person, please, I need someone, anyone. They haven't been, I don't know who to turn. Just calm down. What can I do to help? My mother. They think she's a mage. She's not. She's not anything. She just waved her broom at them and they took her. They took her, please. I'm begging. Don't worry. We'll go find her.
Keep an eye out. Thank you.
Wander. All right. She hasn't used any magic yet, but I'm thinking if we chop her hands off, that'll be a good way to be sure. They can't cast their magic if they don't have their hands. That's a good idea. No, please, I'm not a mage. Shut up. Who are you? And we walk up. We have a dialogue option. We can try to convince them, or persuade them, or intimidate them into leaving, or we can just kill them. We solve the situation. We rescue her. We go back. We turn it in. Walk back over here. Here! Found it. Oh, thank you so much. So much. You should probably leave this area. Option to give them some gold, to help them optional option to allow them to come back to the Haven and join our crew. Give us some, war table points or whatever. Quest complete. That's a secondary quest. Does the distinction... I feel like that's the easiest way to make the distinction right there. Option to romance the mother. Option to have sex with the mother right in front of everybody. Because Isabella decided to cheat on me that one time. Never letting that go.
You there? Can you help my wife? Please, I beg you.
Exactly, Lord Harriman. It is, as always, a judgment call.
What's wrong with your wife?
She gets sick when the weather's foul. Can't catch her breath like cobwebs in her lungs. Our son Hindle makes a potion that lets her breathe. He's the only one who can make it, but he's joined that cult in the hills. Please, get to him and tell him what's wrong. Without that potion, she'll die.
So, already knee-jerk thought, this is a task. It's just, there's not enough meat on the bones for that to qualify as a quest. But we'll see. We're not done with the quest yet.
I'll keep an eye on loss of the bread.
Thank you.
Going to be a long, hungry night.
These people need food?
There are rams out in the hills. Good eating, cooks easy, and no lords around to kill you for poaching. Too dangerous to go hunting now, though. More likely to find mages than mutton.
Good luck.
Luck won't put fat on your ribs.
Now, what's really funny is when I bring up the task thing, most people say, ah, World of Warcraft. No. Lotro is actually the game that really leans into tasks extensively. WoW usually does secondary, primary optional stuff when it comes to quest design.
Yes, sir.
You're with the Inquisition.
Hang on, let me...
Thanks for your help.
Give
The
me...
Mages and Templars don't seem to care who gets caught in their war.
Uh-huh.
The refugees here are in dire need of help.
Just
If the war
hang
doesn't
on.
kill them, cold or starvation will.
Yep. Tell me of the Horsemaster.
What can you tell me about the man who's supposed to be getting horses for the Inquisition?
Horsemaster Dennett. He lives on a farm to the west. Tough old fella. We haven't heard from him. Best we can tell, he's holed up until the Mages and Templars are done killing each other.
Oh, we made it.
What other problems do these refugees face?
We've got some injuries that go beyond stitches and elf fruit.
Ooh.
I know healers are in short supply. But if you can find someone in Redcliffe to help us, it would save a lot of lives. And you as well.
No. Stabilize... Okay. Stabilize areas by sealing rifts, expand the reach of the Inquisition by setting up new camps, and complete quests to raise power and influence. You spend power on scouting operations, and you increase influence to increase the perks of your Inquisition. Yay.
Can I help you with anything?
But I was trying to talk there.
You were concerned about refugees starving?
Yes. Many of them brought food, but they expected to be home by now, or safe in a city. There's a hunter up the hill who has some ideas.
Okay. Already talked to him, actually.
Is there anything we can do to help people deal with the cold?
I asked the Inquisition to send blankets. You'd think I was asking for a wagon of raw lyrium. A recruit named Whittle is trying to make what we can bring in last. If you have any ideas, talk to him across the road.
What can you tell me about the Templars?
All the Templars were called to Val Royeaux not long ago. These bastards ignored the order. Now they're killing rebel mages, along with any refugees they think are mage sympathizers. Every Templar I've ever known has wanted to protect the common folk. These men defile their order's good name.
That's fine. They're cool.
What can you tell me about the rebel mages?
The real rebels are up north in Redcliffe, dug in and taking care of their own. The ones out here are just apostates, locked up in the circles all these years, and now they've gone mad with power. The rebels in Redcliffe have washed their hands of them. I wish we could do the same.
What other problems do these refugees face?
we've got some injuries that go beyond stitches and elf fruit. I know healers are in short supply.
I already got that one.
But if you can find someone in Redcliffe to help us, it would save a lot of lives.
Farewell.
And you as well.
So yeah, at some point we should probably level. Because we're not going to be able to be a necromancer or whatever for a while. I mean, that's my job, Warcraft code. What can I say? Okay. So we've got lightning, fire, ice, and spirit. Well, we know what I think of healing in these games, so obviously I'm not going to do that. Lightning is always fun. And I always have an affinity for cold. Yeah, did you notice how they just gave us carte blanche to kill every mage and Templar in the whole zone? No need to pick a side, they both suck. Of course it's not healing. Why would we have healing in this game? That's the joke, by the way. Although it does have barrier, which thankfully is the very, very first option, so that's neat. There's energy barrage. I was gonna say, that's exactly what we did, Lord Aramon. Whether we wanted to or not. I mean, whatever, we'll go and grab that. Well, yeah, let's look at Foya. Yeah, we'll probably dump Flashfire as soon as we can, or just leave it be. Hello, Paranoid Android. Yeah, it's 150 gold for respec, which we already could do twice over at the moment. Let's go with that. Oh, excuse me, we only have 230 gold. My bad. Wait, you can vote? Crazy Horse? That's just bizarre. Anyways, have fun shopping, which will probably be the more difficult of the two tasks. Tasks, get it? Okay, so let's go this way. I guess I'll level up other people. Okay. Oh, yeah. So, you know how we actually gave positives to Dragon Age Origins for having one of the best gambit systems in gaming? And then we gave more positives to Dragon Age 2 for having an even better gambit system. So, here's the gambit system of Inquisition. Yeah, this game's not getting those. It's what I'm trying to lead towards here. This is... Yeah. Anyways. It's going to be nice and overt about that. I'm not sure we'll give it a negative. But it is definitely not going to be 4 positives that it should have. Which, that's a bite. And thank you, Walker. I do always appreciate you. Yeah, we know exactly why the gambit system is gutted in this game. Frostbite. It's just... It's the gift that keeps on giving. Okay. So, yeah, whatever. So, yeah, here's the extensive gambit system. It's, Anyways. I'm pretty sure I just want sword and board with her. But I could be wrong. Well, you see, Gum Gum, it's that way it makes it cool. Alright, fine, Little. Nope, no, Why can't I feel my fingers? Frostbite! Wait. I mean, probably Warcraft code. I do like a good sword and board build, even though there's only like 3 of them in the history of the ever. I know Warcraft code. I know what I'm looking at. Sorry, I'm debating. I mean, we can respec at will, pretty much, so... I don't, Gum Gum. I'm not even sure where you're getting that from. You got it, Panka. And thank you for being part of the show. No, yeah, it's the same thing as Dragon Age 2 Blade 12. In fact, I've already given a positive for it. For review purposes, playing a mage is usually beneficial because how a game designs its mages is usually a really good insight into how a game is designed, period. Good and bad.
More cold weather coming. Full villages. Where are their coats?
What do you need to keep these refugees warm?
Blankets, warm clothes, all of it. These poor sods lost everything when the mages and the Templars went crazy. If we were in a village, I could just pinch a blanket off a clothesline and be fine. Out here, I'm sure the apostates have plenty of supplies, just haven't been able to find them.
Farewell.
I'll see you.
Yeah, if you make a mage class boring, you've done something wrong somewhere. That's the simplest way to phrase that. If you've made the mage the only good class, you've also screwed up something somewhere. Looking at you, Tyranny. If you've made it so mages can't really do content the others can, well, that's another problem. That would be Lotro that made that mistake.
So, set up camp or keep moving?
Nothing to report, sir.
I mean, honestly, yeah, Mad Overlord. And I talked about that when I was covering Baldur's Gate 3. Wizard in 5th, well, in 3rd edition especially, but even in 5th edition is problematic. By contrast, Warlock is much better designed.
The skull illuminates certain objects in the distance. I am not familiar with such magic.
Of course, it had to be a skull that lights up creepy shit.
God, that is just so weirdly designed. I cannot explain how weird this feels to control. Nope, I am not Warcraft code. I'm not looking at anything. I mean, I've never played this game before. Why would I have a walkthrough walking into a game? No, this is...
Look at this. The apostates have gone mad with power.
I see just as many Templars.
So, people have gone mad with power. Cool. Yes, thank you. Oh, I remember Von Falkenstein. What's funny to me, I've heard a lot of people speak rather negatively about this game on console, which...
We must continue on if we are to secure the Alliance.
No, loot. Which I agree with, from what I have looked into. This game is very badly optimized on consoles, and in fact, it was then abandoned on consoles. So that's cool. But the relevant point here is that some of you probably don't remember, BioWare got their big shot in the arm with consoles. Which I know sounds strange considering where they started, but I mean that with sincerity. The thing that got KOTOR the level of success it did was that it was an Xbox game. Having access to that kind of a game on the Xbox was unprecedented at the time. Yeah, exactly, Estes Flakes. BioWare's always been pretty big on Xbox, just like the Elder Scrolls games have. And for the same reason. And yeah, same with Mass Effect. Thank you, Renzada. Always appreciate. Go ahead and jot that down. With the Zelda block. As a reminder, you can put it towards up to 2 additional things if you want to, with no detriment. But that's up to you. What? No. Target. There we go. There are some RPGs I could picture playing on the console. Morrowind and Oblivion are not one of them. Or Skyrim, even. Skyrim's closer, because Skyrim's... well, Skyrim. You know, I hear that we need an FF14 highlight reel in this shred. I can't even state that with a straight face. Ugh. If I could afford to, I already would be, Mr. Red.
That's what the skull helped you find? Right. Not ominous at all.
Apparently 22 shards here. I agree, Von Falkenstein. I mean, let's be real. If there was an FF14 highlight reel, it would be long. It would probably be per expansion. We've actually talked about it a little bit. So you like this war? Because this is your war content. I hope you're enjoying it. That was weird. Oh, ouch, Lord Harrimont. I mean, even if I was paying you, Mr. Ed, I wouldn't ask you to do that. Yeah. Flawless victory. By Lord Paramount. Yeah, the 8 spell slot thing is just kind of weird. Like, you saw how much I was dragging out the bar in the previous 2 games. So I can have, you know, buttons. Tell you what, Savacom. Get me to win the lottery this coming Thursday. And I will totally hire Mr. Red to start work on that frickin' highlight reel. And probably pay him a little bit on the side so he can start getting his own game development going. Well, something I was talking about, I believe this morning? Is this morning or last night? The one thing I know with total certainty about this review is it will piss off everybody. Because some people hate this game, and some people love this game, and there's not a lot of in between. And if the review document is anything to speak of, we're gonna hit both. We're gonna hit both demographics. That's life, right? I mean, Mass Effect 3 did get a net positive score in the end. Which game do I think has the coolest animations for spellcasting? So WoW is the easy answer to that question. But I assume you mean the spells themselves, not the casting of the spells. In which case, it's also still probably WoW. But,
With my little eye.
No.
Oh, come now, Seeker. I'm just trying to be friendly.
Try to be quiet instead.
When you brought me along to talk, perish the thought.
But if we're talking spell effects, it's probably either Final Fantasy XIV or Final Fantasy IX. But yeah, the casting animations themselves, that's WoW. Top to bottom. They did an overhaul several years ago, which completely changed and added...
Inquisition could determine the nature of these objects.
Tons of new animations for the actual act of casting themselves, and it's pretty cool. Agreed, crazy. FF9 has spell effects that look good today. My opinion. What? Oh, okay. No, it isn't on Falkenstein. I'm just gonna shut you down hard on that one. Speaking of someone who's the last time I played WoW was 2 days ago. No. Now, most boring spell animations. And I'm not going to go with the gimme and say Final Fantasy 1 or Dragon Quest 1, because those are NES games, and that's low-hanging fruit. Yeah, back in the day, you're absolutely right, Van Falkenstein. What's even worse is back in the day, there was only like one casting animation per class, for every spell, which obviously is no longer true. Those people are wrong, Gum Gum. What's with these drums? Jesus! I get it, it's a war! God! So, the first game that comes to mind when I think of bad spell animations, specifically spells, not casting, is Final Fantasy X.
I do not believe these are simply bandits. Their armor and training suggest something deeper.
So, and I should take a drink. That's another thing. FF10 also doesn't have good casting animations, but very few FF games have casting animations to begin with. But yeah, the actual spells themselves were boring. And if I could be so bold, the thing that has always solidified that for me is the spell Ultima. Ultima has had a unique graphic since FF2. And then you get to FF10, and it's dull. Ultima should never look dull. Yeah, it's also weak compared to what Ultima should be doing. I actually liked Ultima and FF7, but if I'm being honest, it's mostly on the sound side of things. Stop, 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 stop! Jesus! In FF7, if you remember, Ultima is just, from visually, it's just this green thing that then covers the whole screen. Very quick, very minimalistic, but yeah, it is very effective, it's very snappy, and it sounds awesome. The sound design in FF7, FF7's Ultima, is fantastic. Like, here, hang on, let's chill the drums for just a second. Oh yeah, also Chrono Trigger, yeah. That's Ultima in FF7. Very short. It's like 4 seconds, but BAM! And it has wonderful impact. I love that sound design. And yes, FF6 obviously has a fantastic Ultima. Luminaire, Chrono Trigger, great stuff. Yes, that was FF7, obviously. FF6's is... Yeah, Dark Matter, also Chrono Trigger. Speaking of which, Grand Train, FF6. I'm sorry, the Emperism. If it makes you feel any better, at this point in time, you probably are better off not working there. Probably Cordoon, considering. So, I'm not going to ding the game for this, but let me go ahead and mention one of the things I don't like about the hinterlands, and all of these zones. There's no real structure to it. You just kind of roam and do things. Now, I know some games deliberately design themselves around this exact same conceit. And some games are deliberately... Like some players love the fact that they can just roam and do whatever in whatever order. I don't. I prefer to have some kind of structure to what I'm doing. Yeah, either a flow or quest design. Or, yeah, it's very Ubisoft. Is actually a good way to phrase that. Oh, Colgrim, we're going to be here for so long. Yeah, even Skyrim's map has a sort of a web structure design to it. Yeah, go ahead, Colgrim. I mean, anybody can propose negatives or positives. I may not agree. Absolutely casual. I think that the... WoW's quest design is, honestly, in my opinion, some of the best quest design we've seen in these kind of games. Not just in terms of the quests themselves, but in terms of the guidance and flow of those quests. I mean, I don't have to Warcraft code. I guess we'll go this way next. There's the thing right here. Oh, no, that's just kill Templars. Yeah, okay, cool, I can do that. I don't know, Triaxia. Oh, I know what you're talking about.
The Templars have secured a position ahead.
In fact, I know what you're talking about so much that I've already given it a negative. Traversal. I mean, does it matter, lessons learned? We'll be doing Templars, though. Not because I particularly support the Templars or the Mages, I think they should both go directly to hell. But because we did Mages last time. Well, thank goodness for that. Okay, that's the wrong button. Oh, geez, where's the button? There's the button. Well, like I said, we've already seen the Mage quest, so I know what it is, so we'll be doing the Templar quest. That is the reason, the only reason.
The refugees should have a safer time on the King's Road now.
We must still deal with the apostates, however.
Yeah, they got rid of haste. That sucks. Listen, no, you have to choose. You have to choose. If Dragon Age 2 taught us anything, it's that the third option cannot be done. I'm not sure I agree with that, Arcana, but thank you for the kind words. Oh my god, Colgrim. I do play Javal. And it will be, at the very least, on the story axis, positives. Because that was honestly one of the better quests in the game, narratively, in my opinion. Yes, compromise. It's a combination of honey, grain, and cream. It's really good. You should try it sometime. A letter? For me? Let's see. Do we save Qui-Gon Jinn? Or do we save Jar Jar Binks? Ah, sure. Where's it at, Warcraft Code? Wow. So I was upset about the drums, but now I wish they were back. I said, where is it, Warcraft Code? So, yeah, sure. That's a good question, Blancheval. I don't know.
No normal wolf would fight with such determination.
The breach may have driven them mad. Or perhaps a demon took command of the pack.
Oh my god, we have limited inventory size. Oh my god. Wait, music started. Some people complain, Final Fantasy VI, Ross. Some people complain about the fact that I complain about no music. I think it's not the first time that's happened. In fact, I think it's more like the 50th time that's happened, Dex. I don't have anything else to say about that. Obviously, hacking and cracking games is one of the biggest reasons why games have been preserved. That's not a joke or presumption or opinion. That is stated fact. Moving on. So some people are like, I want there to be no music. First of all, that's an easy fix. You turn off the music, right? And there you go, you win. But let's ignore that for just a second. Some people like the inconsistent music, which I can't even begin to understand that. But what really bothers me is the inconsistent music thing. Yeah, thank you, game. Has already been a solved problem.
We should look around.
Trying to. There's a game that came out in 2004 that actually manages to have a solution for the inconsistent music thing. Because there's a toggle that says, do you want the music to play, you know, whenever? You know, just kind of like it's doing right now. Or do you want an option for where it will play continuously? As soon as the previous song finishes, you start the next song. And there you go.
It is a comfort to have you present on our journeys, Seeker.
You so rarely call me by my name, Solas. Why is that?
Manners, perhaps.
Manners have not held you back on other occasions.
I say what I believe to be true, even if it gives offense to those who prefer the lie. But there is no lie in what you are. Your position is an honorable one, and well-earned.
And yeah, that then leads to some other solutions for this problem. The jukebox that Paradox Games do is a good example. Even frickin' Mario Odyssey had a solution for this, which allows you to select which music is playing for a given area. And of course, radio stations and GTA games, which is not anything. I am not using that mod, Lord Harriman. No. Oh, it's been driving me bonkers, Tara. Might as well not even be there. That's a good question. Is there a skip the hinterlands mod? No reason. I'm just wondering. Just idly, you know. Sure, Act. I mean, I'm not going to guarantee that I'm going to say yes, but you can always suggest, and I'll probably go with it. I don't even remember what these shards give us. They're just things. They give us buffs for one map. Cool.
I suppose this must be Master Dennett.
Come on, the window's open. Oh, whatever. Window's open.
So you're the Inquisition, eh? Watch yourself, Inquisition. It's ugly out there.
Thanks. They say coin never sleeps, but anyone who's walked the patrol of Hightown Market at midnight might disagree. The pickpockets and conference men head to the taverns at dusk. The dwarven businessmen and nobles go back to their tiny palaces to fret over the ways they got cheated. The market falls silent. Donan Brenokovich knew every angle of the market with his eyes closed. 20 years of patrols had etched it into him, so that he walked that beat even in his dreams. The recruit, Jevlin, was another story. The ring of steel striking stone told Donan that the kid had stumbled into a column again. His new armor would be full of dents by sunrise. Torches would make this easier. The sound of Jevlin hauling himself off the pavement was like a tinker's cart crashing. Torches make you night blind. You'll adjust. Donan crossed the square to help the kid to his feet. A breeze scurried across the plaza, sending the banners and pennants shivering and carrying an old, familiar scent. Donan stopped in his tracks. Something's wrong. His voice was low. Warning. He peered into the dark, up at the mezzanine just above them. Follow me. Be ready for trouble. The two guards climbed the dark stairs, and there, in a puddle of shadow, found the body. Gold-trimmed satin glittered through the blood. Get the captain. We've got a dead magistrate. To be continued.
Name's Dennett. I served our Leman for 30 years as horsemaster. I hear your Inquisition is looking for mounts.
It is. Can you help us?
Not at the moment. I can't just send 100 of the finest horses in Ferelden down the road like you send a letter. Every bandit between here and Haven would be on them like flies on crap. You'll have mounts once I know they won't end up as a cold winter's breakfast.
That sounds more than reasonable.
Glad to hear it. My wife Elena manages the farms and Bron's in charge of my guards. They'll tell you what they need. Until then, you deserve something better than whatever knock-kneed plow-neg they gave you. The chestnut over there is a purebred Ferelden forder. Take care of him, and he'll take care of you, Inquisition.
Oh man, there's nothing I want to do more than race horses in this game. That would be a wonderful thing to have happen. I would enjoy that activity great. I'd enjoy it so much that I'd do this.
I'm falling back!
Someone help!
It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. We killed one. I'm actually surprised by that. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Game. Oh my god. Target, there we go. Yeah, but Witcher 3 is, you know, not this. So, let me answer you in very, very simplicity first, Act. Hollow Knight is not a Metroidvania. There's the first answer, just right there. Bam. The reason so many people like Hollow Knight is the exact same reason that so many people like Dark Souls. Because it's a Souls-like. Any questions? And those people are wrong, Act. Look, I'm sorry. It is a Souls-like. It is not a Metroidvania. Now, Souls-likes are, by their nature, Metroidvanias. How did I do that, Colgrim? I wasn't even paying attention, to be completely honest with you. It's okay. They know to attack the Druffalos. Why do we attack those again? Anyways, point being that regardless of the specific of the genre, the reason I do think that actually matters in this case is because that's why people say it's the greatest, doesn't matter the genre, of all time, is because it is a good Souls-like. And it is. It has some irritations and some frustrations, but Hollow Knight is a damn good game. In fact, it actually kind of irritates me when people think I don't like Hollow Knight, because I scored that game quite well. No, the problem is people are upset that I didn't score it as the greatest game ever heard in the history of the ever, which I absolutely do not.
Fancy trying out one of my courses? Fancy trying out one of my courses?
Sure.
What kind of racing are you talking about?
I set up a course over there with stakes in the ground. It's too narrow to race directly, so I time it with a sandglass. You try to ride the course before I call time.
I'll try one of your courses.
Wonderful. Get your horse and I'll set up the stakes. You make time, I'll throw in some of the dress money Father gave me. Consider it a donation to the Inquisition.
No, I'm attacking because for some reason, trying to go forward results in that happening. So. Oh my god, I can't put into words how terribly this controls. I also like how the minimap is just wrong about where these things are. Have you noticed that? We did it! Just...
Nicely done. Fancy another race?
Nope.
I'll speak with you later.
Why, Lord? Okay, whatever. And yes, obviously it's my personal opinion that Hollow Knight is not the best game in the history of the ever. Duh, I suppose. Nobody's going to agree on that. Hell, even my personal favorite game of all time probably isn't going to be the highest rated game I ever review.
We could make camp here?
Nothing to report, sir.
Hell, I know people think Baldur's Gate 3 is the best game in the history of the ever, which I also disagree with. That's just how that is. If any game is going to beat Diablo 3, it's going to be GTA 5. I don't think FF6 is going to be able to be in striking range of that. It's just, it's too much. That being said, do I think GTA 5 will beat D3? No. We'll see, though. Yeah, I thought Dragon Age Origins was one of the other ones that might... Oh, we're dead. Might get up there. Did not succeed at that. So, these are higher level than we are, apparently. I can see the skull. Where's my corpse? There I am. Get up.
We must have done enough to draw the attention of the clerics by now. Shouldn't we meet with them?
Nah. Yeah, I was just taking a nap. Just taking a settle, you know. Did they reset the whole fate? Alright, whatever. Moving on. No, I've talked about it quite a bit, Act. So, Souls-likes are all about light Metroidvania elements surrounding a game which is focused entirely on combat of a specific style, where the bosses essentially cheat. You know, they have way too much health, or they hit way too hard, or otherwise they do something which is... It's a Souls-like fight. You know exactly what I'm talking about when I refer to a Souls-like fight. And that's Hollow Knight to a T. Hollow Knight is a game in which all the boss fights are not only the kind of thing that we would see in a Souls-like game, but also the fact that the focus of Hollow Knight is very, very clearly on the fights, the boss encounters, and that is the core meat content of a Souls-like. Whereas in a lot more Metroidvanias... wrong way to phrase that. In other types of Metroidvanias, the focus tends to be on something else. In Metroidvanias, the focus tends to be on the platforming, and in Castlevania Metroidvanias, the focus tends to be on the combat. But in Souls-like Metroidvanias, the focus is on the bosses. That's it. I usually define genres entirely on the gameplay axis. I don't even consider the story axis when it comes to that. Because any game can have any kind of story, right? Tetris could have a Final Fantasy story if they really wanted it to. Damn it. I'll get out of that habit at some point. Yeah, exactly. Baldur's Gate 3 could be a story about unicorns. It would still be a CRPG. I could write an engaging story for Tetris, but I'm not exactly alone in that. Oh yeah, that's another thing. The death mechanic in Hollow Knight is rather Souls-like-y. I am the one who arranges the blocks. Okay, apparently we'll wait on this. You want to just do anything, people? No? Okay. Hold on. I can tell what the problem is here. Don't worry. I can fix this. Cyber Shadow is a pretty classic 2D platformer. If I had to subgenre it, it most noticeably draws inspiration from Ninja Gaiden, which leans towards being a punishing platformer. But it's not actually a punishing platformer. It is a traditional, straight-up, no really, 2D platformer. They'd probably tell me I was stupid, have no idea what I'm talking about, and I'm a fan wanker. At least that's in my experience.
Someone help!
Anytime I give an opinion I actually have a certainty about, people tend to disagree with it. I'm not sure if that's related or not, it's just true. I don't have to imagine that, Blue Fusion Volt. Thank you, Penka. God damn it, game. Probably one of the gift subs, Oxymoron. If I were to guess on the matter.
One down!
It's true, Warcraft code. Yeah, I have the YouTube comments on a daily basis at this point to affirm it. I mentioned this last night. Third thinks that it's a sign that my show is finally starting to take off a little bit, specifically on the streaming side of things, that I've started getting more and more and more of those types of YouTube comments on the VODs, specifically. And I'll take that, you know? I'll take it. Take that and call it a win. I mean, it's not exactly like, what the hell? I don't get positive comments. When I did that update about my health, I got a lot of people who gave me positive and generally, you know, non-jackassery comments on that, so thank you for that. I don't think they're jealous, I think they're just YouTube people. You know how it is. Leftover ham? I feel like getting a good bacon glaze would work with that. Maybe something honey-based?
The Master doesn't want me handing those refugees weapons until they've got any hope of defending themselves. If you put up a few watchtowers, we'd all have more warning before the next attack.
You said you had a way to help the refugees.
I do. There are too many hills in these parts, good places for raiders and bandits to gather. I've marked good spots on the map. You set up watchtowers there, I'll talk to the Master and get your people weapons.
Exactly, Pancakes.
Farewell.
Although I wouldn't use brown sugar, I'd use cane sugar if you've got it. If you don't, brown sugar can suffice, but real cane sugar, that's gonna be the trick, I think.
I heard what my man said. If you want our horses, then we need our farmers back safe in their fields. Since the breach appeared, the wolves have gone mad. They come after our men like beasts with the water sickness. You deal with the wolves, and our farmers will be safe again.
Oh, I've gotten so much worse than the Warcraft code.
How are these wolves acting differently from normal?
Normal wolves go after livestock, but come at them with a torch and a blade and they run. These beasts, though, it's like darkspawn during the Blight, or when the dead rose to attack us. They're possessed, or something like it. I've lost too many men to the beasts. I won't endanger more.
Farewell.
Good day to you.
Yeah, no, as I've said before, the worst and most toxic comments I've ever gotten in my career were on my cooking videos. You can't go read them because I banned them. And if you know me, you know I don't pull out the ban stick lightly. Like that's not a trigger I pull. Yeah, for the cooking vids, for the hors d'oeuvres. The second worst negative comments I've ever gotten were on the Arcanum video, speaking positively about what I consider to be one of the greatest CRPGs ever made, at least on the story axis. But yeah, unfortunately, and this is something I discovered was true, that's not unique to me. Cooking videos in general, which are quite popular on YouTube, have the worst comments. It is, whatever you're thinking when you think of YouTube comments, put it down a couple of notches in terms of severity and toxicity, and that's the YouTube comments for cooking videos specifically. It's awful. Yeah, we got relatively light with the comments on the My Little Pony vids. Mostly just the typical stuff. Basic things, you know. We didn't get anything that bad there. Not really. Worse than that, Cardoon. I did something as a light joke in one of the videos. I had to delete, I want to say at least 3 comments just about that one action I took. Can anybody guess what it was? I'll give you a hint. It was spaghetti.
The apostates have fled to the hills.
I did put salt in the pot, but that wasn't it. I actually used a spoon to twirl, because I had a nice wooden spoon. I didn't cut the spaghetti, but very close. Baron von Thule gets it. I snapped the spaghetti in half before I put them into the pot. By the way, that's my normal method of making spaghetti, which I will continue to do for obvious freaking reasons. Not only does it cook better and quicker, but it also makes it easier to eat once we get to the final product. Now, if you want to not break them, that's fine. I don't give a damn. But that specific thing was just, people lunged at me for that. Just... Also true, the pot I was using at the time was relatively small. I didn't have the big old one that I've got access to now. So how you like the hinterlands so far? No, I believe you completely, Nicreasy. I'm not joking. The YouTube comments kind of suck in general, but the YouTube food comments are awful. Like, look up just any particular YouTube video that's a chef or a cook doing something, and you will see some legitimately horrific comments. Yeah, Sam the Cooking Guy is someone I like to watch periodically. Not because he's particularly entertaining or charismatic, quite the contrary. I think the man has the overall charisma of a wet dish rag. But he's a good freaking chef, and he's given me a lot of good ideas over the years. Which is the main reason I usually go to YouTube cooking videos, is to get ideas. Oh. Okay. Quest complete. Actually, yes. Even to this very day, for all of the garbage that can and has been spit at YouTube, it is still one of the better ways to learn in the modern era. Which is sad, because it's also one of the better ways to learn the wrong thing, or how to do something wrong. But it is still, simultaneous to that, a good place to learn how to do things, do new things, or figure out some way to work a way around a problem that you may not have known. I myself, I'll use a recent example, just a year and a half ago. I had a thing with my old Ford, my old Honda, not my Ford, and I was trying to figure it out, and a YouTube video was like, hey, here's this thing over here, click this under here, and you'll be able to find it. Oh, cool, and it was right. That kind of stuff is really, legitimately quite useful. Or, you know, here's a way to get this thing off of this thing. Here's how to clean this thing. And it's usually someone talking into a bad mic who's never taken a voice acting lesson in their life. But that doesn't matter. Because that's not really what we're here for, is it? Jesus, that's done. Yeah, that's another thing. In those help, I feel so bad. Because, you know, I'm going to drift a little bit into something that's just slightly polemic. It really irritates me how many people insist on being horribly toxic on simple help videos. Now, the reason why I mention that is because it discourages people from doing them. People are less likely to do videos to help other people with little tiny things like how to open the hatch of a particular emergency hatch in the back trunk of a Subaru Impreza. There's another one. Because they do that video and then they got 5, 6, 10, 15, 20 comments saying you're garbage fire and you deserve to die and this is wrong with you. How dare you put this misinformation? You're dumb, you're stupid, blah, blah, blah. And all of a sudden, yeah, it just pushes people away. You just think in the back of your mind, why am I bothering if this is the reaction people are going to give to it? It's especially true because people, myself included, could you get up, please? Nope, we're just getting over here. With people, focus on the negative. It's one of the reasons I have to continuously remind myself of the fact that I don't have that bad of a comment section, despite the fact that I deal with that stuff on a daily basis, because of the fact that if I just focused on the negative comments, I'd quit my freaking job. Like, I know this sounds pathetic, but most people legitimately do not understand what it's like to get that barrage of negativity daily. I hope nobody ever actually understands it. It's quite unpleasant. Can I switch characters, please? Why can't I switch characters? Why can't I switch characters? Well, hey, I can switch characters now. And we're dead. What I try to do nowadays is acknowledge those comments, like I'm doing right now, and sharing it with you guys, and essentially turn it into a joke. Turn all those negative comments into the Gray 17s concept, right? Just let them sit there and be the kind of thing we make fun of, and use that as a form of venting. Like, one of my favorite things, recently I was told that I'm very stupid, because wizards in Baldur's Gate 3 are fantastic. You know why? Because when they get their 7th level spells, they're amazing. For those of you who don't get the joke, you never get 7th level spells in Baldur's Gate 3. Also, even if you did, if you have to wait until level, I believe that's 13 or 14, in order for your class to be worth a damn, maybe your class isn't really well designed. Yeah, the wait till it gets good argument. Uh-huh. It could have been a joking comment. That's entirely possible. I tend to automatically assume that those comments are all true, that is to say non-joking, because I've been doing this for 13 years. Like, I've seen all kinds of stuff. I mean, hell, something we will talk about when it comes to Kingdom Hearts 1 is the problem that game has with the fact that it kind of sucks early on. Regardless of how you feel about Kingdom Hearts late, Kingdom Hearts early is just dreading. Just dreadful. Hey, let's travel up here.
Nothing to report, sir.
You know what's really funny? Everyone talks about the impact anonymity has on people being dicks. I think there's another factor not a lot of people really acknowledge as much as they should. Boredom. I'm dead serious. Think about how many people are just passing the time. Just perusing a thing and just trying to do something to eat up the hours, essentially. Maybe they're at work, maybe they're at school, maybe they just have nothing else going on. Maybe they're suffering from some kind of clinical depression. Like, there's a lot of options here. Lack of parenting is its own problem. With blackjack and hookers. Exactly, Solar Galaxy. You get it. By the way, I'm aware of the MRE guy, Ross. I'm glad that he's got positive comments, because, you know, that's good. Biggest swing between late and early game in terms of quality that I can think of.
These must be the wolves Master Dennett's wife warned us about.
Let me think about that for a second. No, I am Colgrim, and I don't know if that's a good thing yet or not. Lord knows I could use the extra money right now since I'm going to go see the doctor again, a urologist specifically, on Wednesday. But we'll see. Yeah, MRI Steve, that's him. See, I think the biggest problem there, Savicom, is that most people don't seem to understand that saying something nice does not mean not criticizing. If you, Savicom, reached out to me and did some voice acting for me, and it wasn't that great, and if I then say nothing, then I am doing you a disservice. But if I say, oh, God, this is terrible, then I'm also doing you a disservice. You can be nice while still being critical, and I think a lot of people miss that fact. I thought I missed something. I guess I just didn't. Slightly moldy. Oh, we're never leaving the hinterlands, Wandering Doll. So...
That cave could be the lair of our strange wolves.
That's a fair point, Savicom. I agree with you. But you get my overall point. It is easy to... Easy. I shouldn't say easy. That's the wrong word. I apologize. I have a lot of experience with telling someone that they suck in a nice manner. Not because I'm trying to be diminutive or anything, but because I'm trying to be honest without being a dick. I don't need to be a dick to tell you, hey, this doesn't cut mustard. You're going to have to do this and do this properly. Now, here's some ways I think you can improve it. The phrase I myself like to use is I don't like to criticize without critiquing. If I just tell you that you suck, I haven't told you anything. I haven't given any information. I have not informed in a manner in which you can improve. All I've done is told you that you can that you suck. Which brings me to my other favorite type of comment, which I've started getting a lot more of lately. The, "Oh, you suck" comments, no additional information. I've started getting a lot of those on the VODs more recently. And I've sort of started learning to just kind of dismiss them, because if they don't actually say anything, then they probably don't have a point, and they're probably not worth listening to. I mean, I can't tell if you're joking or not, Ross, but there's a reason I used that very specific example to elucidate just how early in the game you were. Like, as soon as you said that, I'm like, hold on, what's that stupid boss in Breath of Fire 3? It was the first thing that came to my mind.
The farmers should be safe from the wolves.
I expect the wolves are also pleased to be freed from the demon's control.
Well, no, because I told you, so okay, real quick. So, Ross was playing a game, specifics don't matter, and he had put the game down at a certain point and said the game wasn't catching him. Now, in the interest of fairness, that is the game's fault. There's a reason I'm so harsh on intros and outros, and in the intro, you gotta catch the player, right? But he said he put it down, and I was like, well, where'd you put it down? He's like, oh, this part, and I'm like, hold up. Because there's another game, I'll actually tell you about this one, Breath of Fire 3, and there's a specific point in Breath of Fire 3 where the game gets kind of frustrating and kind of irritating, and I actually did legitimately put the game down at that point. It's pretty early on in the game, and honestly, I was doing that game a disservice by putting it down so early, because all the good stuff was after that. Now, I know we just talked about the it gets good later argument, but in RPGs, the flat reality is that most RPGs don't actually hit their stride until a certain point in the game, and it's usually not early on. Now, whether that's acceptable or not, that's more a matter of debate. But it's definitely a true thing, regardless. Why, Lord Haremont? We probably will still be in the hinterlands. Alright, Act, I'm ready. Although I'm not sure if there is such a thing as an unpopular opinion about this game. Oh yeah, we should jot down jumping mechanics as a negative. Oh, sorry, Act. I misread. I apologize. I'm still ready to hear you. Speaking of which, don't like criticizing without critiquing. What's wrong with the hinterlands? Now, there's no nice way to say this. The answer is everything. I don't think hinterlands is one of those patchable problems. We talk about that, right? Where it's something you can just kind of smooth over with a couple of patches. No. No, this is a problem. It's too big, there's too little to do, there's too little music, there's not enough interesting story aspects to keep you engaged on that axis, there's not enough interesting gameplay to keep you engaged on that axis. The only interesting thing in the entire hinterlands from a gameplay perspective, in my opinion, is the dragon fight. There are a few interesting tidbits story-wise, but there are some other problems with regards to being engaged in that. I know I'm not exactly the only person who has essentially refused to read a lot of the lore that's being scattered all over the place here simply because we're so bored. Good brickwork. But yeah, the hinterlands is padding, top to bottom. Padding quests, with padding encounters, with padding traversal, with padding everything. Now. Yeah, no kidding about Wolfenstein. Yeah, this zone... We really have this. It's like, there's nothing to talk about here. I am keeping a mental track of how many negatives I'm giving this so far.
Did you really think the Conclave had a chance of making peace, Seeker?
You do not?
What was the Divine's plan? Bring everyone together and hope really hard they would all get along?
Most Holy did not confide her plan to me. Perhaps she thought they were tired of death and conflict.
Now, when has that ever been true? For Templars or mages?
I will not mock a dead woman, Varric. She did what she could, and that is more than most.
So, Ina Michao gives the most common defense I've ever heard of the hinterlands. It's optional. This is actually a good topic, because this is something that comes up a lot when it comes to the review system. Whether or not we should count optional stuff as part of the review. Now, let's be very clear. Yes, we should. However, I don't like just giving that without giving some kind of reasoning for it. So instead, I'm going to see what my mother just said to me. Figure out what's going on here. Respond to her. Come on. Hope you have fun with the birthday lunch! Exclamation mark. Remember, comma, pictures! Exclamation mark. Yeah, first of all, I do understand, and I don't want to sound dismissive, I do understand several people's opinion that that optional stuff shouldn't count for a review. I know that sounds strange, but it actually is the kind of thing I can understand, because the whole idea is that there's such a thing as like a normal playthrough, right? And there is such a thing as skip the stuff you don't like, right? I mean, way back in the day when we first established the rule that optional stuff counts for the review, which is quite a while ago at this point, the most common argument that was put against it was, well, but you can skip the optional stuff. It shouldn't get a negative because you can skip the optional stuff. The problem with that is that immediately falls into the inverse of that. That means no optional stuff can get a positive either, because you can skip it. If it doesn't count, it doesn't count. You can't one-way this, right? Then we get into the really tricky territory of what is optional. And I'm not saying that to be facetious. This is actually a wall I ran into for a while there. Because what is optional in a video game? The amount of stuff that can be qualified as optional is actually a huge gradient and varies wildly from game to game. Think about Dragon Age Origins for a second, right? Think about how little of Dragon Age Origins you really have to do. And I'm not even counting like glitches or speedrun stuff, just the stuff that is so-called intended to be done. There's not actually a lot of meat on that bones, and that means skipping a whole lot of other content. And you get it, right? So, yeah, the dragon fights in this game are a perfect example. They're fully optional. In Breath of the Wild, the overwhelming, like 99% of Breath of the Wild is optional. You have to get the first 3 shrines to get off the plateau, and that's it. That's all that is required, other than beating the final boss. Now, I know that's an extreme example. I don't want to say that that's normal. I'm just bringing up the point that even if I was to allow that argument, it immediately just kind of feeds into itself of, how do we define optional? Oh, excuse me. But let me get to the philosophy thing. Because, like I said, a lot of people do have that perspective of, well, it shouldn't count because you can bypass it. I've used this analogy before. To me, it's like it's the difference of what we want to accomplish with the review, right? Some people want to go to a restaurant, order a meal, pick the parts of the meal they want, and eat that. And that's fine. There's no real judgment here. But that's not what I want to accomplish. What I want to accomplish as a reviewer is to judge the meal, the whole thing, top to bottom. Now, we can't judge everything because it's physically impossible. That goes back to the 3 rules thing I mentioned earlier. Possible, feasible, and reasonable, right? But the goal is still to cover as much as possible. The goal is still to try and do as much of that content to get as much of a perspective on the whole meal as I can. It's one of the reasons why I'm willing to accept people's input, researching things, looking stuff up on YouTube for games like this one, or Baldur's Gate 3, or the previous Dragon Age games. Because there's a lot of content we're not showing on camera that thankfully I know about that I can talk about and review, because otherwise this would be a very, very incomplete review, right? And yeah, exactly, so I'm sorry, I'm not trying to come down as harsh, Ina Michao. It's just, this is something that came up recently, and I felt it was a worthwhile talking point. Especially since we got nothing else going on. Yeah, no, it's... I know Ross was rather upset with me when we decided to count Master Quest for Ocarina of Time. I don't even blame Ross for being upset about that, because I get his perspective. Master Quest demonstrably and substantially lowered the score of Ocarina of Time. But it is content that was in the game that we were reviewing, and therefore, and it was, you know, possible, feasible, reasonable. Ergo. Now see, that's an interesting analogy, Michelle. And I don't necessarily disagree with you, but I do kind of disagree with you, because the decision existed on behalf of the developers. They had the choice to say, we're going to have, what is it, 900 Koroks? How many Koroks are in Breath of the Wild? Someone help me out here. They had the decision to place all of those Koroks. They could have placed 100, which I think is the amount, the last amount at which you get something useful. They could have placed 50. They could have placed 200. But instead, they decided to spend their time and effort and development cycle placing 700 gabrillion, whatever the actual number is, of Koroks. Is it 900? Jesus. Hence, why I think that that should be notated. Now, am I going to sit here and get every Korok? No! When we get to Breath of the Wild in the Zelda block, I am absolutely not doing all that. But I will still probably give it a negative because it's still in the game. They still bothered to be like, hey, here's all this stuff that we spent time and development and effort putting into the game, and it's crap! It's total crap! Literal crap, if you get it. If you know, you know. Yeah, meanwhile, and yeah, the counter-argument that has already been leveled at that, which I will always refer to myself, is Mario Odyssey, which has 800-something moons, 700-something, I forget the exact number, which are good. Like, the moons I never got bored of doing. There were a couple of bad moons. I think there's actually like 4 bad moons in Mario Odyssey. And then there's the other 700 plus. Meat content. That was fun. That was awesome. That was worth 100%ing. I liked 100%ing that. And the reason I bring that up is because if we don't ding Breath of the Wild for the Koroks, then we cannot, by definition, give a positive to Odyssey for the moons. Make sense? That's your demonstrable, you know, example to example. Yeah, Ori 2. We 100%ed Ori 2. And actually, a lot of Metroid games we tend to 100%. We 100%ed the Spyro games recently, too. Hell, we'll probably 100% most of the Mario games and all of the Metroid games as we're going through them. We tend to get all the stars in Suikoden. There's another one. Because, you know, content in the game. Worth covering. Hi, Evo. I'm sorry I didn't say hi earlier. Hi, Evo. Olrasil. Honestly, I'd rather 100% the Sphere Grid. And you know why I can say that, Ross? Because I have done it again. Now, I used a guide the second time. But I was using a friend's copy of the game, and I was helping him to get through Final Fantasy X, and with his permission, I started rebuilding his Sphere Grid in order to turn him into Death Incarnate so he could do all the optional stuff in that game. Majora and the Masks? What about it? I mean, that's all good meat content. I don't think I could name a single mask that would be, like, a negative in Majora's Mask. And I know that because we've already reviewed Majora's Mask. A good question, Blade Javal. Especially since I didn't even notice it until you brought it up, which probably just says something about how pathetic and dumb and stupid I am. How, Evo? How do I bring it up on screen so you can see it? C button. Oh, you mean this button. Hang on. No, hang on. God damn it. Okay, fine, whatever. More fire. Yeah, C does nothing for me, Evo. It does nothing. Yeah, but it's all the way down the tree, Warcraft code. Oh, never mind, it's right there. Why do you keep suggesting Arcane Barrage? I mean, we'll do it. We can respec all willy-nilly, so sure. But just for you. There you go. There's our face, Evo. Oh, I should do this. Anyone remember? I think it's Mark Twain. I forget his real name. Who gave that quote? If I had more time, I would have written a shorter letter. Speaking as a writer, I absolutely agree with the general concept there. Samuel Clemens, thank you. He does act, I agree. The idea is it actually takes more time and effort to write less. And generally speaking, that's also a good thing. That is to say, the result is usually better. When you can really trim, edit, and process a writing work down. There is such a thing as too far down, of course. But it's easier to write this. Put very simply, right? This, anybody can write this. Getting rid of all that bloat, increasing the overall pacing and time of the thing, and writing this, much harder, takes more time, but generally going to be a better thing. And yeah, obviously this applies to video games. I mean, you know my opinion on that. Oh god, what's the shortest short story ever written? I mean, it's not, but it's like a meme. New boots. Toddler boots, $3, never used. That's it. Baby shoes, never sold. Baby shoes for sale, never worn. That's the one right there. That takes time. I know that sounds like such a strange statement. That takes time to write something like that. You got to think about it. You got to actually process the necessary information down in order to make that work. I could quote myself on this, actually. This is actually one I came up with myself. July 23rd, 2020. Leukemia. Yeah, you're done when you have nothing left to cut. Exactly. Lol, Caspian. I don't know, do you think I should get a brownie? I enjoyed it, Pika. Did you enjoy it? Should I get a brownie? Do I deserve a brownie? I think that's the real question here. Is it incumbent upon me to get a brownie? Hmm. 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 That's true. I have been playing the hinterlands. Ah! My mood is very hinterlandish. Best sales times for electronics. Oh yeah, no, you've got the right of it, Act. Also, occasionally they'll just do a "we've got crap in the warehouse" sale. They'll never announce it. They'll never say anything about it. But that's a good time to pick up stuff as well. Is Majora's Mask a good game? Yes. I'll be right back. Apologies. Yeah, I love the hinterlands so much I had to leave the stream just to stop playing it. I don't understand. It's so terrible. All right, so let's see. Where am I? Listen, I want you to live in the hinterlands. I want this to be your life. I want you to do nothing but the hinterlands forever. Why aren't you doing the hinterlands right now? Go do the hinterlands. Why is there so much ice all over the place?
We are nearing the upper stage. Be on your guard.
Alright, tell you what. No, I can't think of anything worse than the hinterlands. You're stuck here forever! It's the thing from The Simpsons, right? Remember, you're stuck here forever. I mean, I do like killing evil mages. Ugh. Wait. Oh, they're all dead. Yay. Well, I don't have cold. So we're just gonna do this the old-fashioned way. There is no escape for you apostates. Please ignore that I myself am an apostate. Yeah, I love the behind-the-back attack the best, probably, of all of them. Discover Apostate Stronghold.
Kill the blasted warrior!
How are you still alive? I mean, that was kind of always the definition of an apostate Warcraft code, so...
With the apostates dead, refugees should have an easier time on the King's Road.
Yeah, tracks. Well, that's horrifying. Let's not wear that. It was picked for me, Evo, but yes, is the answer to your question. Not particularly, Act. Nothing any more than any other year. Hey, Mr. Floyd Pinkerton. Welcome to hell! Population hinterlands. I meme. But if I'm being completely honest, the hinterland sucks, and... Excuse me. It is my opinion that the hinterland sucks. And I am still going to give it a negative or 7. But I've played worse. I suppose that's kind of damning with faint praise, but it's still true. Okay, so we did that, let's go this way next. Oh, now that's a good question. What's worse, hinterlands or Hoth? leaning towards Hoth. The quest designs there are actively bad. The story is almost universally terrible. Like, not just absence of story, but bad story. And most importantly of all, Hoth is physically painful. Corellia is worse than Hoth in every way, except for the physically painful part. Corellia is a truly terrible zone. Like, no joking, no memeing. I would rather do the hinterlands than do Corellia again. And I am legitimately happy about the fact that because of the Tor review run, I will never have to do Corellia again in my life. Even if I end up playing Tor with a friend of mine someday, which is something that's possible, I will never have to do Corellia again. We can just safely skip it and move on with our lives. We did have a good squad, Mrs. Pudding. We did. Imagine it's solo. Which I don't have to imagine. Did you kill? You did kill the question bot. Yeah, let's fix the question bot here. Our current co-op game is World of Warcraft. There we go. Which WoW zone did I hate the most? For all time?
Fine work out there.
Or like current? Or like for a specific expansion? There's several possible categories there. Of all time. So obviously it's a vanilla zone. Let's just get that out of the way. See, the really funny thing here is one of my first thoughts was the hinterlands. It's not a meme. There is a zone in World of Warcraft called the hinterlands. It's pretty bad. It's on the Eastern Kingdoms, and in vanilla, it was vacuous, but also with like all the bad quest design of WoW. So it has like an absence of story and lots of quests to do, and you pretty much had to do it, like mandatorily had to do it in vanilla because of the oh god, I can't remember what it's called all of a sudden. The thing where you couldn't level in the 40s. Think of the name of it for some reason. Hell levels. That's it. The hell levels. Thank you. So yeah, the hinterlands sat smack dab in the middle of the hell levels. So you generally had to do it.
Templar bastards killed my husband and stole the ring from his finger. They deserve to die.
You're saying the Templars attacked your husband?
Aye. He was digging out a stump. The fools couldn't tell a shovel from a mage's staff. Had to be safe, they said. Rebels everywhere attacking by surprise, sick bastards. They took the ring I gave him on our wedding day in case it was magic.
Farewell.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I hope you enjoyed the Mage Templar War, because these tasks are pretty much it. At least they are a step above what I would normally classify as tasks. Someone earlier mentioned this. There's actually technically one step below tasks. It's something I don't even usually talk about because it's very rare, and it's a thing. Yeah, deeds is the technical term, but yeah, chores. Deeds are very, very simple. Hey, look, in this inventory, it says there's a thing where if I kill 15 of this ladybug, then I'll get some experience or a stat up or some gold. Those are deeds. Deeds are the worst. Deeds are even below tasks.
These must be the supply caches Whittle asked us to find.
And if you're wondering where the term comes from, that comes from Lotro, which invented those deeds. And there's a whole thing that goes into that, which I don't want to go into right now, if that's okay. I mean, I guess I got nothing else going on. So, the way deeds worked in Lotro back in the day was you could equip 5 or 6 different virtues, I think is what they called them. Now, those virtues gave you permanent stat ups. Cool. So, you would obviously want certain specific virtues depending on your spec, your class, and all sorts of other fun stuff like that.
Let me try.
Well, what are you doing in a ditch, Varric? Anyways. Come on. Hey!
Plus they locked themselves in for safety. Let the Templars set the house on fire.
That's one way to deal with it. The thing is, which deeds gave you which virtues was manually designed, obviously, but it's kind of... Well, it's not really well designed. This is the nicest way I could put that. So if you cared about a specific virtue, which you did because you wanted those stats, you would have to sit down and go hit the wiki, and then figure out which deeds you have to go do to accomplish that. Some of them would be simple, like kill a certain amount of enemies or do a certain amount of quests in a specific zone. Some of them would not. And let me assure you by saying it was all arduous busy work, even by MMO standards. Nah, it's fine, Warcraft code. My care is drifting. So do I think Inquisition can be described as a single-player game with the MMO problems? Yeah. The problem is, and again, I've said this before, I have, of course, seen worse zones than this. I just named 2 of them from the same MMO. But that's the point, isn't it? Those 2 worst zones are in MMOs. Hell, a lot of vanilla zones, in my opinion, were worse than this. Also an MMO. There's also...
Have you seen another Inquisition scout? Elven woman, answers to writs.
No.
You said your friend hasn't reported back?
Well, she was supposed to be checking on some apostates. I'm on duty here, or I'd go look for her.
I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, wait until we get to the swamp. Yeah, the thing is, if I might be blunt about this, if this was an MMO, it wouldn't salvage the situation. I've given the opinion many times that co-op...
This would be a good place to set up camp.
Thanks, Cassandra. Co-op helps games, but it doesn't make them good. It just makes them tolerable, if that makes any sense. You know, good co-op can salvage a bad game. But that's just because you're playing it with your friend, and in some cases that changes the nature and dynamic of the gameplay. Right, I should be killing the rams, too.
Make it take you!
Put very, very bluntly, I don't think I would be more positively inclined towards these zones if I was playing it with a friend.
Goodbye!
Now, having said that, it would be nice. I've said for years that the Dragon Age games are kind of built for co-op, and I can prove that because I've played Neverwinter Nights. I know what a file action
A
is.
Templar, I believe.
A time when the Cassandra truth is done well. I don't think I can think of such a thing. I'm sure there is one somewhere, but I can't think of one. I mean, considering that Dragon Age Inquisition quite literally has co-op, or rather, it has the multiplayer versus, or not multi, like the dungeon crawling mode.
One open the sky.
When the demons have cleansed the unworthy,
I know you.
the faithful
They call
will be
you the
lifted
Herald of
up.
Andraste for what you did at Haven. But are you? The Maker has not told me.
I am not the Herald of Andraste.
As I suspected. Stories of you mastering the rifts are just blind heresy.
No, I can seal rifts.
Then prove it. Show me that the rifts bend to your will, the will of the Maker. Show me the power you wield.
But...
This cult, what are you doing out here? What is it you think is happening?
The Chantry has fallen, and shown its imperfection in doing so. The Chant of Light was a lie. It was arrogance to think that mortal lips could frame the Maker's will, and so we wait in silence. The Maker has opened the sky. Soon he will call his chosen back to the Golden City.
Sure.
Until later.
Until the Maker brings you back to us.
I suppose it only natural that some would turn to worshipping the breach, if only in hopes of appeasing it.
There must be something here.
Don't worry. It definitely wasn't black, your white noise.
Inquisition soldiers even here. I told
Speak
you we
not
would be
the
safe.
chant of light, for our lips are imperfect.
Our imperfection has rent the sky, and now only the Maker can restore what
Excuse me. While you were coming up, did you meet a young noblewoman with blonde hair and pale green eyes? Lady Venona should be here. We need to be together when the Maker comes.
Where would your friend be?
She is my love, and she should be here. I wrote to her weeks ago.
Solus.
I know the path up the hill is dangerous, but surely the mages and Templars would not trouble a young lady.
I'm sorry. I can't help you.
Please, if you meet my beloved, tell her I am waiting.
Sure, sure. Listen, I have the perfect helmet for this scenario. And they've just got a rift right here. That's safe. Yeah, it even gave the cave icon for, like, this little room. Well, it's funny because it's so dependent on my ability that it makes me wonder why it's in the lightning tree exactly. Although, while we're here, I don't think I can upgrade it yet. Oh, I can upgrade it. Hang on. So we've got lowers resistance for a very small amount. Or more weapon damage, but all targets are selected at random. Yeah, probably. I feel like I know I keep hammering the Frostbite point, but the mere existence of something like talents is probably something they had to completely jury-rig to even get working in this engine. Hmm. So it's possible they were just, you know, it's here. It's going here because that's all we got, right? We'll go and go with that. I do like a good AoE, but while we're here, what was I doing with you? Shooters, Gum. Put simply. Yeah, this engine definitely wasn't made for cutscenes. You can tell. Watch it next time and see how much they jitter and stutter as they're going through their animations. There's also probably a reason why they decided to avoid using cutscenes wherever they could. God, I literally just answered that, Lord Hammond. Shooters. The engine, Frostbite engine, isn't actually a bad engine. It is very good at landscaping. It is very good at rendering large, sweeping things at a glance. It is good at doing more physicsy based weapon and object interactions. So that's cool. It's also worth noting this is it's part of the problem here is that this is so early on in Frostbite's existence, and that both DICE and EA, remember, did not support it. So the developers had to just kind of make it up as they go. Let me try to phrase that a little bit differently. Have you ever been working on a problem and you've had to go Google it?
People here should leave the area. It's too dangerous.
This is their home, Seeker.
So, you ever had to go Google something? Of course you have. Well, these devs didn't have a Google that they could go reach out to. Like, they would reach out to DICE and they'd reach out to EA, and the response they would get would be non-existent. Because they just did not support it. That's why I distinguish support from things like budget and time.
Maker's tears. I was a fool to have doubted you. How may we serve you? Herald of Andraste.
Help the refugees.
Have your people help the refugees.
As you say, Herald of Andraste. Some few will remain here, the rest will go forth to do your will. When the Maker calls you to your great purpose, remember that we served you.
Kind of an unintentional tech demo, but yes, Lord Aramon. There's something over in, I've actually talked about before.
You close the rifts. You are truly the Herald of Andraste.
Listen, nobody wants to get table operations because I didn't know. What do you want from me? I was going to say, the game didn't tell me. So I've talked before about sacrificial lambs as far as companies go. There's also the concept of sacrificial lambs where games are concerned. And oftentimes a company will assign a game to be the sacrificial lamb to figure out how an engine works or a console works or whatever, right? We've talked about this before because Devil May Cry 4 was a sacrificial lamb from a game perspective. It was sacrificed so that Capcom could figure out how to make games on the PlayStation 3. So guess what this is? I'm joking. That's actually not true. That implies a deliberate intent, which actually didn't happen at all. This game just incidentally into being a sacrificial lamb because nobody supported it! I will never stop making fun of that because it's just... Whoops.
I greet you. My name is Hindle.
Well, my name is... I'm out.
Hindle, your mother can't breathe. Your father sent me here for potion.
What? She was fine. She hasn't had the breathing trouble in... All right, I can help. Here, I have some already made. Go, take it to her now.
Sure. That's a very urgent task. We should do it as soon as humanly possible.